Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I can hear you. Can you all hear me? Great. We are on the record in case number 2021-00289, electronic tariff filing of Big Rivers Electric Corporation and Kinergy Corp. to implement a new standby service tariff. My name is Kent Chandler. I'm chairman of the Kentucky Public Service Commission. I'm joined today virtually by Commissioner Marianne Butler and Vice Chair Amy Cubbage. At this time, I would caution attendees and parties to set your cellular phones to silent mode or turn them off due to the weather and the current state of COVID. We are hosting this hearing exclusively via video conferencing. I would ask, in addition to the normal courtesies regarding cell phones, that the parties do the following. Mute your microphone if you are not speaking. Attorneys, when interjecting, please state your name so the video record is clear. If you use a phone for audio and a computer for video, please turn off the computer audio. If you're in a room with several people on your own computers, turn off the computer audio for all but one computer. If another participant is in a nearby office, please close the doors between the offices. Use wired headphones or wired earbuds. Keep a charger nearby in case your battery runs low. And most importantly, please alert the Commission if you're experiencing technology failure that prevents your participation at any time in the proceedings. Attorneys should contact staff at the previously provided contact information. The hearing today is for the purpose of taking evidence on the tariff proposed by Big Rivers Electric Corporation and Kinergy and whether that tariff results in fair, just, and reasonable rates. At this time, we'll have an entry of appearance of counsel. Given the challenges of doing this virtually, I would ask that as counsel provides their entry of appearance that they also identify their witness. For Big Rivers.
Good morning. This is Attorney Cynthia Santana. And also Counsel Tyson Camath, who's present as well. We have witnesses today that are Paul Smith, Mark Akred, and John Wolfram.
All right. And for Kinergy?
This is Chris Hopgood, and my representative is Jeff Hone, who's here with us virtually, and we have no witness.
All right, thank you. And for the intervener, Kimberly Clark.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kurt Bain, appearing on behalf of Kimberly Clark Corporation, and our witness today is Justin Bieber.
All right. I've been advised that public notice has been given and filed into the record. Is that correct, Ms. Santana?
Yes, Chairman. We did have Caldwell County. The publication of record for Caldwell County the publication went out yesterday. It was published yesterday.
Okay. And are there, other than the two pending motions for confidential treatment, are there any outstanding motions that we need to take under consideration today?
No.
Okay. All right. And is there anything, Mr. Hopgood, Ms. Santana, Mr. Bain, that's not before the Commission on a motion that we need to take under advisement before beginning the hearing?
No.
Nothing from Kinergy.
All right. We have not had anybody sign up to provide a public comment ahead of today's hearing, but for anybody watching the video now or soon after, just like to reiterate to the public that at any time written public comments may be made, submitted to the Public Service Commission on any open case. We just ask that you, when you submit them, you provide your name, your address, and the case number in which you are intending for those comments to be included in. This case number, of course, is case number 2021-00289. Public comments can be submitted to the PSC's website at psc.ky.gov. They can be submitted by email, to psc.info, that's psc.info@ky.gov, and they can also be mailed by letter to the Kentucky Public Service Commission at 211 Sauer Boulevard, Frankfort, Kentucky 40601. All right. So the process we'll go through today, Ms. Santana, you have three witnesses. Mr. Bain, you'll just have your one. Give you an opportunity, Ms. Santana, to introduce your witness, provide provide a short introduction for your witness, and then tender them for cross-examination. I think given the process today, Ms. Santana, your witnesses will only be subject to cross-examination by Mr. Boehm, and then commission staff as well as the commission, given that effectively Big Rivers and Kinergy are joint applicants in this matter. We'll go through, let you call the witnesses in the order that you prefer, Ms. Santana, and then we'll move on to Mr. Bieber, if that's all right with you, Mr. Boehm.
Yes, Your Honor, that works for us.
Okay. All right, Ms. Santana, would you like to call your first witness?
Yes, thank you. Big River's first witness is Paul Smith. Mr. Smith, could you please introduce yourself with your full name and your business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Paul Smith. My business address is 201 3rd Street, Henderson, Kentucky, 42419, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Big Rivers.
All right. Mr. Smith, if you would, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Ms. Santana, you may ask.
Mr. Smith, did you offer a response to information request in this case?
Yes, I did.
And would your response be the same today as it was when you offered that response?
Yes, it would.
Do you have any corrections to the response?
No, I do not.
Chairman, we tender Paul Smith for cross-examination.
All right, and I'm going to ask Mr. Smith one additional question. I would ask Ms. Santana and Mr. Boehm that you ask your remaining witnesses. Mr. Smith, do you mind to identify, given that you're not in on the witness stand here, and that we could see what you have in front of you, do you mind to indicate what it is you have in front of you or what documents you have available to you today?
Yes, I have the testimony, direct and rebuttal that was filed in this case, as well as an attachment to my response provided in discovery.
Okay. Mr. Boehm?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good to see you, Mr. Smith. I have no questions for this witness.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bain.
And I apologize, Ms. Frederick, I forgot to ask for your entry of appearance earlier. Do you have any questions for Mr. Smith?
Your Honor, we don't have any questions here in the hearing, but we do need to make Mr. Smith aware of the fact that a post-hearing data request will be coming his way based on the response that he provided to staff's first data request, item 3. Staff will be requesting a numerical billing example of an industrial customer using the same set of facts that he used in that response, but calculated using the QFS tariff. Also, a numerical billing example similarly situated using table JB2 that appears in Bieber Direct Testimony, page 15. And a numerical billing example using table JB3 that's on page 16 of Mr. Bieber's direct testimony. That'll be coming to you as a post-hearing data request, Mr. Smith.
Very good, thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Cubbage, any questions for Mr. Smith?
No questions for Mr. Smith.
Commissioner Butler?
No questions.
So, Mr. Smith, it'd surprise you to find out I have a few. Let me ask it this way. What's the impetus for the proposed tariff?
Well, I think I might leave that question for Mr. Akret, if you don't mind. I had a limited participation directed towards the filing of an illustrative invoice.
Okay, so in terms of who would have had the ultimate authority to direct the filing or the creation of the tariff, that's a question for Mr. Akret?
Yes, it is, which was ultimately approved by our CEO, Mr. Robert Berry, as well.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Frederick, is there any reason that Mr. Smith can't be excused for the remainder of the hearing?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Boehm, do you have any objection to Mr. Smith being excused for the remainder?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you for being here today, Mr. Smith. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Ms. Santana, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Our next witness for Big Rivers Electric is Mark Akrid. Mr. Akrid, could you please give your full name, your title at Big Rivers, and your business address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Mark Akrid. I'm the Vice President of Energy Services, 201 3rd Street, Henderson, Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Akrid. And did you offer some direct testimony as
Ms.
well
Santana?
as?
Ms. Santana, sorry.
Yeah.
Before we begin with Mr. Eckert, after you call him, I need to swear him in.
Sorry.
It's okay. Mr. Eckert, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay. You may ask, Ms. Santana.
Thank you. Mr. Akrid, did you offer direct testimony and responses to data requests in this case?
Yes, I did.
And the testimony that you offered and the responses, if you had to provide them again today, would they remain the same?
Yes, they would.
Do you have any changes to those?
No, I do not.
Mr. Akrid, could you please identify the materials that you have in front of you today?
I have the filings, the responses to the data requests and some notes on which data requests are where. Sort of an index I created.
Thank you, Mr. Akrid. Chairman, Big Rivers tenders Mr. Akrid for cross-testimony, cross-examination.
Mr. Bain, any questions for Mr. Eckert?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Akrid.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions for you. You filed direct testimony in support of Big River's proposed LICSS tariff, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the LICSS tariff, is a tariff in which large industrial customers that have cogeneration resources can purchase supplemental maintenance and backup power service from Big Rivers, is that right?
That's correct.
And you understand that Kimberly Clark has recently installed a 14 megawatt cogeneration unit, is that right?
That's right.
And this was a unit that was installed at a Kimberly Clark mill in California, and it was transferred to the Kentucky mill when the California mill closed, is that right?
That's what they told me, yes.
And Kimberly Clark is currently operating this unit on its standard rate, correct?
That's correct.
It's not Kimberly Clark is not taking service on a standby rate, correct?
That's right. They're still being served under LIC.
Is it Big River's position that Kimberly Clark will be required to take service on the LICSS rate if it's approved?
Yes.
So it's not an option for Kimberly Clark to continue its current situation of operating the cogen unit on the LIC rate, correct?
That's correct.
Is Kimberly Clark legally within its right to install a cogeneration unit?
I don't know that.
It's not your position that Kimberly Clark should have to pay any sort of penalty for reducing their system load, any sort of stranded cost charge.
No.
In fact, federal law under PURPA encourages cogeneration. Is that correct?
I don't know that.
Thank you, Mr. Eaker. Those are all the questions I have.
Ms. Frederick?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Akrid, can you answer for us, what was the goal, what was the, just to use the chairman's word, what was the impetus behind the development of the LICSS tariff?
Under the current contract under which Kimberly Clark receives service has a provision that states if they need backup service, it has to be under a backup tariff. And so the backup tariff was created to align with that provision of their contract.
Can you answer for me, does Big Rivers have the legal obligation to serve all customers at any and all times within its service territory.
Yes,
And is it your understanding that this means that Big Rivers must have the generation and transmission capacity to provide service at its peak demand plus some amount of reserve?
that's our MISO requirement, yes. I don't know if that's a legal requirement or not. It's a MISO requirement.
And because of this obligation and Big River's investments in generation and transmission facilities to satisfy that obligation, the costs to be able to provide service are embedded in Big River's rates that are paid by all customers. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes,
And do you know whether Kimberly Clark requires more capacity and energy than can be supplied by its 14 megawatt generator?
yes, it does.
So Kimberly Clark is in essentially the same position as any other customer in that Big Rivers has to have the facilities to serve Kimberly Clark's full demand and energy requirements, including that 14 megawatt generator in the event of a shutdown. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
And the capacity for the transmission, generation, and distribution facilities that have to be built to provide this service, those things have to be planned for and constructed and maintained. Is this correct?
That's correct.
Are these costs embedded in the rates that all customers from Big Rivers must pay?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what is the difference in the QFS tariff? And would Kimberly Clark benefit under this tariff?
Mr. Wolfram is really better suited to address the QFS tariff.
Thank you. A question about the LICSS tariff and standby service. And Mr. Wolfram may be a better person to answer this question, but if an outage was to go on for an extended period of time, say, a year or more, does the LICSS customer stay on the LICSS tariff, or is there a mechanism by which service would be provided under a tariff that the customer would revert to in a time of an extended outage?
To my knowledge, there's no provision that would treat an extended outage any differently than a short outage.
Okay. And can you explain whether under the proposed LICSS tariff, whether Big Rivers is under an obligation to serve load to Kimberly Clark's unscheduled outages, even in a time of peak demand?
Yes, we would be required to provide backup at all times.
And those are all the questions that I have for this witness.
Vice Chair Cubbage?
Yeah, just a few. Good morning, sir. Thank you for
Good
being
morning.
with us. I do have a couple of follow-up questions about the QFS tariff. Is Kimberly Clark eligible to take under the QFS tariff?
Mr. Wolfram's really better to address that, but the QFS tariff is limited to 5 megawatts. So this particular, their generating facility would make them ineligible for the QFS tariff.
Okay. I know there's a lot of discussion, and this may be better for Mr. Wolfram too, but has any update to the QFS tariff been considered yet? I know that was alluded to in Mr. Wolfram's testimony.
I think we are going to be examining the QFS tariff in light of the discussions we've had around the LICSS tariff.
Is anyone currently taking under the QFS tariff?
I don't believe so.
That's all I've got. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Butler, any questions?
No questions at this time.
Mr. Eckert, were you all working on this tariff before, or aware of the need of this tariff before you all became aware that Kimberly Clark was interested in cogeneration facilities?
No, this tariff is developed in response to Kimberly Clark's development of cogen facilities.
Okay. And did you all have conversations whereby you're aware of any indication by Kimberly Clark that they were prepared to install this facility with or without, let's say a tariff it agrees with?
We've been in discussions with Kimberly Clark since 2019 about this tariff. I think originally we were trying to see if we could somehow incorporate the backup supply into their special contract, and we weren't able to reach agreement on that.
Okay. So, taking a big step back, there's three primary types of service that are at issue here, as I understand it: supplemental power, maintenance power, and backup power. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. So, would you agree that what's at issue here are the costs and rates regarding capacity and not necessarily energy?
Yes.
So, I mean, if Kimberly Clark is running their cogen facility at 14 megawatts at full capacity, full output, let's say there's no, system use, it's able to do that for a full hour, that's 14 megawatt hours that it's produced in that hour. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's just the math. So, so that would be them consuming that energy at whatever it cost them to produce it, and they would just be avoiding purchasing that energy from Big Rivers and I guess effectively Kinergy, correct?
That's correct.
And so what this turns on is capacity, because the energy can be avoided without there being any real impact to Big Rivers, right? It's just less energy that you all sell. The concern here is regarding transmission and generation capacity. Is that fair?
I might qualify that a bit to say that the energy that we would sell to them at the tariff rate, $38 plus whatever the riders are, we then have to sell into the market, and that market could be better than $38 or not as good as $38.
But you could also just not produce that energy. I mean, you all could just choose not to produce that energy, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. And effectively, there's little difference, looking only at energy, between them deciding not to run for that hour or reducing their demand by 14 megawatts that hour versus running that cogen facility from a Big Rivers perspective. Is that right? From an energy, Big Rivers, Kinergy perspective.
Again, I'm thinking a little bit more about the point you just made. If we have an obligation to offer our units into the MISO market, and if the market happens to be, say, $30, I would be making that $30. But if I have an option to sell it, a contractual ability to sell that to someone at 38, my member is better off even in a $30 market. So my ability to generate or not generate is dictated by MISO.
Right, but I'm trying to oversimplify it in that if you're ordered to dispatch by MISO, you're selling in your energy that you're ordered to dispatch, and then you're buying back your requirements at whatever the nodal LMPs are, right?
That's right.
And so, Frank, what we're saying is if there's either a 14 megawatt reduction or a 14 megawatt reduction, regardless of whether it's just shutting off stuff or running a cogen facility, regardless, that load node will just effectively be 14 megawatts lower in demand for those real-time LMP purchases.
That's right.
And so I get I just want to make sure what you're saying is you're talking about it in particular on the obligation to sell or the obligation to dispatch side. I'm just talking about system aggregate. You'll effectively, your real-time demand will just be down 14 megawatts. And so net, you'll be selling, 14 megawatt hours into the market at whatever the prevailing LMP is in that situation. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So that's not what we're here about, right? We don't care about the energy if the cost of producing those megawatt hours with Kimberly Clark's cogen facility is less than what Kinergy is able to sell to Kimberly Clark. That's a benefit every hour to Kimberly Clark, right? That they're able to buy at least 14 megawatt hours of energy at a rate less than what they otherwise could. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so what we're talking about here, that those economics are already going to be baked in regardless of the commission's decision in this order. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So now we're talking about transmission and generation capacity.
Yes.
Okay. So for supplemental power service is going to be for that demand in excess of what the cogen is able to produce. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so, and I don't know what Kimberly Clark's net load is, and frankly, I don't know that it matters for this discussion, but let's just assume it's twice what the cogen facility is. That's a 28 megawatt peak demand that it's ever, that's ever taken. The standby, or the supplemental service is effectively for that net of that additional, let's say it's 29 so that we don't have two numbers that are confusing. So that would be for the additional 15 megawatts of demand would be applicable to that supplemental power service. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And the proposal is for that to just continue to be charged at the exact same way it is today under the under Kinergy's large industrial tariff.
That's right.
Okay. Maintenance power service. So again, maintenance is for transmission capacity, and then now we get into it's also for energy and capacity requirements. Now, the energy requirements are not a problem, right? Because they're just going to be at whatever. Well, let me take a step back. Maintenance power service I have here from the tariff is that a service which provides transmission capacity as well as the energy and capacity requirements for use by the standby customer during scheduled outages or interruptions of the standby customer's own generation. I'm not asking for a legal conclusion, but to or a legal opinion, but to Ms. Frederick's question earlier, do you have an understanding that Big Rivers has an obligation to provide service to, I guess technically Big Rivers and Kinergy, but Kinergy has an obligation to provide service to its customers?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going a very high level question here with the maintenance power. You're going to have you're going to have, the tariff provides for adequate notice in order to procure energy and capacity under the maintenance power proposal, right?
That's right.
Okay. And energy is one thing. So let's forget energy again for a second. We will come back to it. And we'll come back to transmission capacity, but generation capacity. Per the tariff provisions, given the notice in the proposed tariff revisions of 60 days ahead of the end of the year, is the purpose of that to encompass Big River's MISO planning dates?
That would be part of it, yes.
Okay. So the notice, as I understand it, is 60 days prior to the end of a calendar year. And so I read that. I presumed, I don't know that I even saw it in the record that that was the reason. Maybe just everybody took it at face value, was so that you all would have time to make a capacity election the year before, because you would have some sort of idea of the date, and then you could give price certainty as to what the capacity would cost. Is that accurate?
It's more, excuse me, it's more to be able to know certainly what our capacity position is, so that we can file properly with MISO.
Okay, so if Kimberly Clark is aware of, let's say that they need to do maintenance for a month, let's say the month of April of a subsequent year, and they provide, under the proposed tariff, provide 61 days notice that they need to go down for that, let's say the entire month of April. Will Big Rivers, and it's the full 14 megawatts, of course, will Big Rivers have to get the entire, would have to elect that entire 14 megawatts for the entire part of the year, or just for April?
I guess MISO is moving towards a seasonal construct, and the rules around the seasonal construct are still a bit in flux. So I'm not going to address that, but for the current construct, the current annual construct that they use, I would have to demonstrate that I have enough capacity to cover my summer peaks.
Okay, and so that's what I want to make sure of, is there may or may not be an incremental cost to Big Rivers, or an incremental cost at all to that generation capacity, depending on when the election for maintenance occurs. Is that accurate?
If the maintenance were scheduled across my summer peak versus not being scheduled across my summer peak, yes.
Okay. Does the tariff discuss that?
No, it does not, other than they have to provide the notice prior to the start of the year, and we would encourage them to not schedule it across our summer peak. We would have the right to push back if they wanted to try to do that.
Okay. But I guess I'm trying to understand if, let me say it this way. I completely understand the proposal for the rate structure for maintenance power if there's an impression that the maintenance is going to occur at or near peak times. But without FERC ruling early on the seasonal, I think maybe MISO's even already filed it, or will file it fairly soon, this seasonal proposal, if on an annual basis, why is the demand in shoulder months, for instance, valued exactly at the demand at peak under the Big Rivers proposal?
Maybe just to take a step back, our costs, with one exception, our demand costs did not go down when Kimberly Clark installed this generator, so they really do not go up when they use the generator. So the base level of cost is part of the cost of providing the backup service, with the one exception. The one exception being that we have to require 14 megawatts in this example, less capacity. And under the annual construct with that MISO works under right now, that 14 megawatts, I do not need that 14 megawatts of capacity for 12 months of the year. So we're giving a credit for the 14 megawatts in each one of the 12 months, but my base level of cost hasn't changed, if that makes sense.
It does, but the way you're describing it would be equally applicable to anybody that does energy efficiency or demand response, or even other customers that are not large industrial customers that do some sort of behind the meter generation. Although your underlying embedded cost might not have changed, you're going to get less demand on the system in those peak times, right?
I will have one, yes, that is true.
Okay. So for the transmission capacity, you don't get to do an annual planning. Let me say that transmission capacity and generation capacity are treated very differently in MISO, right? You don't get to have an election as to how much capacity you need for the transmission system and then sell the rest into the market, do you?
No.
No. So it's fixed, and would you agree is not readily marketable?
That's right.
Okay. And how often does your it's going to sound like a silly question, but how often can your capacity of an individual transmission circuit, ignoring for a second weather, how often does it fluctuate year to year?
I'm not qualified to answer that.
Well, I mean, but you put in a circuit for transmission that's able to take a certain amount of demand, right? It's not going up and down each year depending on what people's needs are. The demand was built initially subject to, weather fluctuations, right? They're small changes due to heat, but otherwise the demand, the amount of power that it can carry is fairly fixed once it's installed. Is that accurate?
There are NERC requirements that would have to be met, and that's way beyond my headlights.
In the event customers use less demand in any given year, or are expected to use less, for generation capacity, that has a marketable value for big rivers, right? You can either sell it into the market, or you can use it as an ability to track new load to the system. Is that fair?
If I have an imbalance between my supply and demand, I can either buy or sell in the market to balance.
Okay. And then with transmission capacity, though, if you have to effectively ensure that there's enough capacity to serve this maintenance cost, can you otherwise consider it to be excess capacity on the transmission system?
There's nothing I can do to market that, if that's the question.
Yeah. Well, you can't. Let's say it this way. It's a great example. Big Rivers loses the smelters, right? It has then excess generation capacity that people can come in and it can serve them with that excess generation capacity. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. It loses, let's say, the smelters. It may have excess transmission capacity because that load is not coming. Let's say they actually leave. That load is not coming back. There's excess transmission capacity that it could use then to serve new customers. Is that fair?
Yeah, at some point in the future, and that's very location specific too.
Right. That's fair. But if you're told by that factory, we're gonna only run a month out of the year, you can market that capacity, or at least a portion of it. You can try to market the rest of that for the remainder of the year, right? But you can't market the transmission throughout the entire year because it's still going to need to have that capacity to serve that individual customer. Is that accurate?
that capacity has to be available 12 months a year to be for whatever they want it, yes.
Right. And so with that obligation to serve that we discussed earlier, would you agree that those embedded costs in this determination, is it your all's position that the embedded costs related to transmission capacity does not change given the installation of this cogen facility for Kimberly Clark?
That's right. That transmission is a requirement to provide the backup service that they want.
Backup and maintenance, is that right?
Backup and maintenance, that's correct.
Maintenance, technically, you might be able to schedule it and maybe, backfeed, blah, blah, blah. When we get to backup in a second, how much time will you all have ahead of needing to provide backup service?
It could be instantaneous. We've got a good working relationship with Kimberly Clark. I'm sure if they knew they had a problem coming down the pike, they would let us know, but there will probably be some times when they are surprised as well, and it could be instantaneous.
Okay. So going back to generation capacity, it's a single product in MISO, right? Generation capacity?
Yes.
Yeah. And
When you say single product, I guess I'd ask what you mean by single product.
yeah, it's an annual, I guess what I'm really saying, it's an annual product. It's an annual product, and each megawatt of generation capacity is treated equally across the system, subject to local constraints.
There are zones within MISO, and we're in zone 6, but then there's some ability to move between the zones, but other than that, it's an annual. They're called ZRCs or zonal resource credits.
Right, and I guess what I'm saying, the credits are the attempt by MISO is that the credits are fungible across the system, subject to constraints that might cause them to have different prices.
That's right.
Right, but it's an attempt to have a single credit across MISO.
That's right.
And so, right now, in order to procure capacity for maintenance power service, it's that annual zonal credit that will be required in order to provide generation capacity. But in the event MISO changes its rules to a more seasonal construct, where it's not a single annual credit, but instead seasonal credits, does that provide a little more flexibility for both Big Rivers and Kimberly Clark around this maintenance power generation capacity requirement?
I would think it's going to provide a little less flexibility, honestly, because in each season, we're going to have 14 megawatts less capacity required, and there'll be presumably a different price for each one of those seasons. So instead of one annual calculation of the capacity requirement, if there are 4 seasons, then there'll be 4 seasonal calculations.
Well, it certainly will be more complicated for Big Rivers in the way it does things. But I guess what I'm saying is you won't be required to have that 14 megawatt credit throughout the entire year for this maintenance. If they can elect the time period and you can agree on what the time period is, it can be for a smaller number of months instead of the entire year that you have to hold off and purchase this credit.
That's right.
Do you have any?
That's my understanding of how the seasonal construct will work anyway.
Do you have any impression that that might actually make this issue of generation capacity for maintenance power that it might make it less of an issue between Big Rivers and Kimberly Clark?
I think on maintenance power, the intent of both parties is that Kimberly Clark would schedule maintenance to avoid a capacity requirement from MISO that might duplicate the capacity they have at their facility. So I don't think that maintenance is a big issue between the two parties.
Okay.
at least the scheduling and maintenance.
All right, Mr. Eckert, I appreciate it. I think those are all the questions I have for you. I appreciate it. Ms. Santana, do you have any redirect to Mr. Eckert?
No, I don't, Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Boehm, do you have any objection if we excuse Mr. Eckert from the remainder of the hearing?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for being here with us today, and I can't promise you won't get a post-hearing data request once we really start asking questions, and what always happens is the likelihood of Mr. Wolfram making the comment that he can't answer that on behalf of the company, we end up having to ask a post-hearing data request. So subject to that, you can certainly be excused from the remainder of the hearing.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Santana, would you like to call your next witness?
If it pleases the commission, I'll call Mr. Wolfram.
Okay, Mr. Kamoff. Mr. Wolfram, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? Oh, we can barely hear you, Mr. Wolfram.
I do.
Okay, great. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Wolfram. I'm the principal of Catalyst Consulting LLC. My business address is 3308 Haddon Road, Louisville, Kentucky 40241.
All right, Mr. Kamoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wolfram, did you file testimony and sponsor information request responses in this matter?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony or those responses?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt those as your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Bain?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Wolfram.
Good morning, Mr. Bain.
You filed direct testimony in support of Big River's proposed LICSS tariff, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And rebuttal testimony also, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Mr. Akrit and the chairman were discussing sort of the how the LICSS tariff functions and some of the particularly the difference between supplemental power and backup power and maintenance power. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the term self-supply capacity, that's the demonstrated capacity of the standby customer's generating unit as determined by the reduction in Big River's MISO planning reserve margin requirement that results from the standby customer's own generation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that a number that's been calculated, the self-supply capacity for this unit?
My understanding that if for this unit, that number is 14 megawatts.
Okay.
Rounded.
Now, as was discussed with Mr. Akrit, there's really no dispute between Big Rivers and Kimberly Clark regarding supplemental power service. Is that right? How that should be treated?
That's correct.
And the main dispute is over maintenance and backup power service, correct?
That's specifically related to the demand cost components of that. So my understanding is that Kimberly Clark has not objected to the energy charge proposed for either backup or maintenance.
Thank you. That's my understanding as well. So I just want to go through your proposal on how the demand component of the LICS tariff is calculated. So as explained in your direct testimony on page 3, the customer is billed a demand charge equal to its self-supply capacity at the current LIC demand rate of $10.71 about per kW per month. Is that correct?
Yes, so far.
And then Big Rivers applies a credit of $3.80 per kW per month, which is based on the value of capacity provided by the customer's self-supply to Big Rivers. Is that right?
Yes,
And that number was based on a calculation submitted to the commission in a recent filing regarding the conversion of the green station units to natural gas. Is that right?
yes, that's correct.
So this nets out the LIC demand rate and the credit nets out to $6.91 about per kW per month. Is that correct?
Yes, that sounds about right.
And the standby customer would be required to pay demand charges at that rate year-round for a level of demand equal to the self-supply capacity, regardless of whether or not the standby customer actually received maintenance or backup power in a given month. Is that right?
That's correct.
So essentially, it's a minimum demand charge, which is equal to the maximum demand charge for the customer's self-supply capacity. Is that right?
Well, it's a fixed amount, so a fixed amount of capacity times a fixed per unit charge, so that makes it a known amount.
And that
Neither a minimum nor a maximum.
14 megawatts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we just discussed that the LICSS demand charge is the first part of that calculation is based on the LIC demand charge of $10.71. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, for LIC customers, Big Rivers is required to procure capacity equal to standard service customers' peak loads plus a planning reserve margin so that those customers can use energy whenever they want. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes. Now, collectively, so you don't do that for an individual member. Big Rivers does that for its entire anticipated load.
But each individual member can use energy whenever they want.
But that's the idea, yes.
Right, it's firm service.
Correct.
Right, it's not interruptible.
Correct.
And typically firm service rates are more expensive than interruptible rates, is that correct?
Typically, firm rates are more expensive than non-firm, and interruptible, if it's provided in the form of a rider, would provide a credit. So, yes.
And the LIC rate doesn't have a demand ratchet, is that correct?
I don't remember that off the top of my head, and I don't have it in front of me.
Would you accept, subject to check, that the LIC rate does not contain a demand ratchet?
Yes, I will accept that.
Thank you.
Subject to check.
If Big Rivers decided to impose, sort of hypothetically, if Big Rivers decided to impose a demand ratchet on that LIC rate, Big Rivers could lower the demand charge and collect the same amount of revenue if it was properly designed. Is that correct?
Well, I have to think about that because ordinarily for standby rates, customers are opposed to the use of demand ratchets. That's my experience from reviewing other tariffs and industry papers on this topic. But I suppose theoretically, if you were to alter the demand, the megawatt or kilowatt number in the demand calculation, you could simultaneously alter the per unit charge to which it's applied to come up with a different number. But ordinarily, that's not what customers want for standby rates. They view ratchets as undesirable.
Right, I understand that, and I'm not proposing an LIC demand ratchet in this case. But another way of saying what I think you just said is, if you had two hypothetical rates with the same demand charge, all else being equal, the only difference between the two rates were one had a demand ratchet and the other one didn't. Big Rivers would recover more revenue from the one with the demand ratchet, correct?
Yeah, presumably the ratchet would capture the highest of the demands from the customer in any one of 12 months and then apply that for the subsequent months. And so they would be at most equal, but otherwise what you're saying is true, that the one with the demand ratchet would provide a higher bill.
As we discussed a moment ago, the LICSS customer has a fixed demand charge that is equal to its maximum possible demand for self-supply. So that's even worse than a demand ratchet, correct?
No, it's not worse, it's just different.
Well, a demand ratchet would track your highest monthly demand and bill that customer for that for say the next 12 months. Whereas the LICSS demand charge just goes right to the maximum demand for self-supply and bills the customer every month for that maximum demand, regardless of whether the customer ever hits that peak, correct?
Well, that's correct, but you're comparing apples to oranges because the backup demand or let's call it the standby customer, what we're talking about under LICSS, is a reservation. In other words, it's not something that's identical or the same product as supply and demand to every other customer out there, every other large industrial customer.
But the basis for the LICSS rate is still the full LIC demand charge, correct?
So the starting point is the full LIC demand charge because we wanted to put the standby customer on an equal footing with other industrial customers. But then we reduced that charge by applying the credit of the $3.80 to account for the fact that the customer may not use that demand.
Right, and I'm just talking about the starting point, not the credit right now. I understand there's a credit. But I guess my question is, why is the LIC demand charge the appropriate starting point, given that LIC is a firm rate, LICSS is not a firm rate, and LIC does not have a demand ratchet, whereas LICSS has something that is way worse than a demand ratchet.
So a couple parts there, I'll take it piece by piece. Number one, the demand charge in the LICSS tariff starting point is the LIC demand charge because we wanted to put all of the industrial customers on the same footing. If, for instance, the LICSS customer, from the standpoint of what Big Rivers has to build or buy or prepare to be able to serve at the maximum load, those customers aren't different. Big Rivers has to incur costs for power plants and transmission lines in order to be able to provide that service, whether it's for every hour of the year or whether it's for 1 hour. Those costs are the same, and they are embedded costs, and that is why we start both sets of customers. The calculation of their demand charge begins with the same rate to put them on an equal footing. And then the application of the credit comes later, but respect to how much Big Rivers has to spend in order to be able to serve these customers. They're not different.
But the LIC customer, who doesn't have a demand charge, Big Rivers also has to plan for that customer's peak demand, but it won't be billed for that peak demand unless it hits that demand in every month. And the opposite is true of LICSS customers, correct?
So the LIC customers will be billed based on their actual demands, their current peak demands for the month. But they don't get a credit, and the LICSS customer gets a credit. And so that makes them different. That's what, in part, makes them apples and oranges. They're not the same at that point, which is why the LICSS customer gets credit.
But the credit isn't based on Big River's planning for that customer's peak demand. It's based on the value of capacity provided by the cogeneration unit, as you stated in your direct testimony, correct?
Yes, the credit is based on the amount of the size, let's call it, to simplify it, of the generating resource on site of the customer, the standby resource. That's true.
But you
That's
explained
also appropriate. Sorry, that's also appropriate because that's the amount by which Big Rivers can reduce the capacity that it has to procure in the MISO capacity auction.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfram. You state on page 4 of your rebuttal testimony that Kimberly Clark's proposal does not account for the fixed costs that were incurred to serve KC with its full requirement service. You state that KC's proposed LICSS tariff would reduce the cost recovered from KC and burden all other customers, excluding Kimberly Clark, with the cost of transmission facilities for which Kimberly Clark directly benefits. Do you recall that statement?
Yes, I see that at the bottom of page 4 of my rebuttal testimony.
Now, when a residential customer or a small business customer leaves the Big River system, are they typically required to pay for the stranded investment that Big Rivers made to serve them?
Not when they leave the system, but when they stay, they are.
If they install energy efficiency appliances and reduce their load, do they get the benefit of the lower demand and energy usage that results from that installation of more efficient appliances, correct?
So I guess I would make a distinction between the rural and the large industrial, because ultimately, we have to remember that Big Rivers is just a G&T, and so the ultimate end user would, if it's a residential, they're not really comparable. They do, obviously, they get the benefit of lower energy charges if they use less energy, but the demand issue is more complicated for them, so I'd like to set them aside. If you talk about large industrial customers, yes, large industrial customers who reduce their consumption will have a lower bill, as frankly would the standby customer under the proposed LICSS tariff.
Well, utilities sometimes require large customers to sign an agreement for electric service contract, essentially. Is that correct?
Yes.
And sometimes in these large customer service agreements, a customer will be subject to a take-or-pay obligation or a minimum charge. So if the customer closes or reduces its load, the utility can still recover the cost of its investment to serve that customer. Is that right?
Yeah, that's typical for economic development purposes for attraction or expansion type opportunities. That's correct.
And Kimberly Clark has an electric service agreement with Kennedy. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
I'm going to try to pull this up with the screen share. Give me a moment here. can you see that, Mr. Wolfram?
Yes.
So this is Kimberly Clark's first amended and restated agreement for electric service with Kenergy. And it was signed in 2008, and it's my understanding that this agreement just renews every year, and it's currently the service agreement that they're operating under. Would you accept that subject to check?
Yes, I would.
Now, on page 6 of the agreement, section 3.03, B, it states that the minimum billing demand of customer, meaning Kimberly Clark, shall be 20,000 kilowatts or 20 megawatts. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. Letter B.
Mr.
minimum
Bain?
billing demand, yes.
Mr. Bame, can I ask you to make that the entire size of your screen? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So, Mr. Wolfram, would you agree that Kimberly Clark and Kenergy agreed that even if Kimberly Clark reduced its load below 20 megawatts, it would still have to pay for 20 megawatts of billing demand?
Yes.
And this provision protects Big Rivers and Kenergy from the risk of Kimberly Clark reducing its load below 20 megawatts and Big Rivers not being able to recover the cost of its fixed investment.
Yes.
So from a contractual perspective, Kimberly Clark isn't required to pay for more than 20 megawatts of billing demand. And Big Rivers shouldn't rely on Kimberly Clark having a billing demand above 20 megawatts. Would you agree with that?
I'm not sure I do. Can you repeat the question, please?
I said from a contractual perspective, Kimberly Clark isn't required to pay for more than 20 megawatts of billing demand. And Big Rivers shouldn't rely on Kimberly Clark having a billing demand above 20 megawatts.
So that's not my understanding. A minimum billing demand means that the customer will not pay less than that amount. It does not mean they won't pay more than that amount. In fact, it means they will always pay at least that amount or more. So I think if I heard what you said correctly, then I would say, no, I don't agree.
Okay, thank
If
you.
I understood you correctly.
I think the contract speaks for itself. Now, is it your understanding that Kimberly Clark's excuse me for one moment. Just have to find the reference. Mr. Wolfram, do you understand that the Kimberly Clark's load at its facility is approximately 32 to 33 megawatts?
Yes.
And the cogeneration unit, as we discussed earlier, is about 14 megawatts?
Yes.
And so during normal operations, Kimberly Clark's supplemental load is in the range of 18 to 20 megawatts. Is that right?
Yes.
So it's possible that this minimum billing demand that's in this contract would exceed the supplemental load. Is that correct?
It looks that way to me, yes.
Is that is this provision accounted for in your LICSS proposal?
Well, not, so is this section accounted for in the LICSS proposal? Only to the extent that the LICSS tariff allows for the cooperative to enter into special agreements with Big Rivers and the standby customer, which may deviate from the provisions of this schedule. This is item 7 of the terms and conditions of the LICSS tariff. That is the only section, I think, in the LICSS proposed tariff that would take what you just pointed out into consideration.
So absent some sort of an agreement dealing with this provision, you could imagine a situation where Kimberly Clark is billed for 20 megawatts of minimum demand, even though the supplemental demand was only 18 megawatts. And then it's also billed for the full demand charge in the LICSS tariff. Is that correct?
Yeah, subject to, I could foresee that scenario. I'm not an attorney, so I can't tell you whether the terms of how the terms of the agreement and the terms of the tariff would need to, agree with one another, but it does seem like that could happen, yes.
This tariff also protects Big Rivers and Energy from having unrecovered costs. Correct?
Well, it protects Big Rivers and Energy from under recovering fixed costs, and it also protects Big Rivers' other members from paying the costs to provide capacity to Kimberly Clark.
On page 4 of your rebuttal testimony, beginning on line 17, you state, quote, in addition to the network transmission system, there are also transmission assets, poles, conductor, and etc. that were constructed to directly serve the Newman substation from which Kimberly Clark is served. It is not appropriate to burden all other customers, excluding Kimberly Clark, with the cost of transmission facilities for which Kimberly Clark directly benefits. You remember that statement?
Yes.
Now, when a utility makes an investment that only benefits one customer, they'll typically bill that customer directly for the costs associated with that investment. Is that right?
Well, that depends. So a lot of the time a utility will conduct a test, sometimes called a revenue test, 3 times revenue, 4 or 5 times revenue test, and they'll determine that amount of investment that the utility is willing to pay, even if it just serves one customer, and compare that to the anticipated revenues that that customer will provide over time, and then make a decision about how much the utility will invest and how much the utility will require the customer to invest. So it's a case-by-case decision that can vary utility by utility.
When Big Rivers incurred costs hooking up the Kimberly Clark's cogen unit into the system this very recently, Kimberly Clark paid Big Rivers directly for those costs. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Would you agree that prior to the work that was done by Big Rivers to hook up the cogen, the last major work at the Kimberly Clark facility by Big Rivers was in the mid-1990s?
I don't know.
You discuss on page, on page 5 of your rebuttal testimony, you discuss the generating assets that were retired prior to being fully depreciated due to the departure of the smelters. And you state, quote, the commission's order allowing recovery of smelter loss mitigation assets was purposely shared equitably among all of its members. Under their proposal, Kimberly Clark avoids approximately 1/3 of its share of the cost, and Big River's other members pay all of these costs. Do you remember that statement?
Yes.
Does the LICSS rate, as you proposed, does that include the cost of the amortization of Big River's retired assets?
Yes.
When the smelters left the system, back in, I think 2013 and 14, there were commission proceedings that Big Rivers initiated for the approval of settlement agreements, in which Big Rivers agreed to allow the smelters to buy energy and capacity from Kenergy at market-based rates through MISO, with Kenergy purchasing electricity for the smelters from the wholesale power market and passing through the cost to the smelters. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And by purchasing power through MISO, the smelters avoided paying for a portion of the investments that Big Rivers incurred on the smelters behalf. Is that right?
Well, the smelters terminated full service agreements with Big Rivers, so they were no longer full service customers of Big Rivers subject to their contracts. So yes.
In those proceedings approving the smelters market access arrangement, Big Rivers argued that the smelters should not have to pay any stranded costs charges, despite the fact that the smelters weren't closing. They were just getting access to market pricing and avoiding the cost that Big Rivers incurred on the smelters' behalf. Is that right?
I think that's right, although I might characterize it differently because I think what Big Rivers was saying is the smelters, they're not members anymore. They're not customers. They're not taking service under special contracts. So that's why they shouldn't pay, because they're no longer members. They're no longer taking the full service provided by Big Rivers.
The commission agreed with Big Rivers in that case, correct? That there should be no stranded cost charged to the smelters?
So I don't know if it used the word stranded cost, because that is not something that we've agreed to a definition on. But yes, they did agree that the smelters would not be required to pay Big Rivers any of the things that it used to pay under the special contracts, with the exception of potentially charges in a new agreement related to transmission for access to the market.
Right. I think in that case it was referred to as a market access charge instead of stranded costs. Is that correct?
I'll accept that.
But in this case, it's your position that it would be unreasonable for Kimberly Clark to avoid paying for those stranded costs or that the smelters left on the system. Is that correct?
So my opinion here is that it's unreasonable for Kimberly Clark to be relieved of the obligation to pay their fair share of the regulatory asset costs that Big Rivers is asking all of its other members to pay. And the reason for that is that Kimberly Clark is not leaving the system. Kimberly Clark is remaining a customer, same as everybody else. They're trying to purchase a new service, a standby service, but otherwise they're still here and they're still members, still customers, and thus should be subject to continuing to bear their fair share of the costs related to those deferred assets, those regulatory assets.
But you're certainly correct that Kimberly Clark is not leaving the system. They're reducing their load and purchasing maintenance and backup service, correct?
And supplemental, yes.
And for the supplemental portion of it, they wouldn't be avoiding any of these costs that you're discussing, correct?
That's correct.
Now, on page 6 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that Kimberly Clark's proposal, quote, means that other Big River members will absorb that cost, referring to generation cost, on behalf of Kimberly Clark. Do you recall that statement?
Yes.
Now, when a new customer moves onto the system, are they exempted from paying a portion of tariff rates that represent historical capital investments that were incurred to serve other customers? They just pay the standard rate. unless they have a special contract, correct?
So the answer to the first question is no, and the answer to the second question is yes. If a new customer goes on, they pay the applicable rate, which includes all of the fixed costs that Big Rivers incorporated in its last rate filing that were baked into those rates for its fixed costs related to assets. And of course, they would pay the energy charge that's related to the variable costs. So that's all built into the rates, and new customers pay those rates.
When a new customer moves onto the system, does Big Rivers immediately lower its base rates because it's selling more power than projected when those rates were established?
No, that's not something that utilities do as under traditional rate making.
And Nucor is currently constructing a new facility in the Big River service territory, is that right? 200
But it's my
megawatts.
understanding that Nucor is constructing a new facility. That's correct.
And this is about a 200 megawatt facility?
It's big. I'll accept that number, but I do know it's very large.
And Big Rivers is anticipating additional load growth around that facility, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And after the last, Big River's last rate case, Alaris expanded its mill by about 33 megawatts, is that correct?
They did expand the mill. I don't know the number, but I'll accept the 33, yes.
Now, in a recent case 21-00079, Mr. Egret stated that, I can pull that up actually. This is Mr. Egret's testimony from 2179, page 7. And he states, as can be seen on this exhibit, Big River's idling green stations, coal-fired units creates a capacity deficit through 2029, even after the solar PPAs are added and after the termination of the OMU and KYMEA agreements. Post-green station conversion, there's a small short-term capacity deficit, even with the new solar contracts. So based on this testimony, Big Rivers is going to be capacity short, is that correct?
So I don't know, based on this testimony, if that's correct or not. Because I've only read the one paragraph that you read also. And so from a context standpoint, I'm not sure I can draw that conclusion. I do think we talked about that somewhere in the data responses. I'd have to find it exactly where. I don't think it's one of my responses.
Mr. Boehm, can you clarify for me which case that's from? Is that from the IRP?
That's, the case number is 2179. I think that's a CPCN case.
Is that for the green conversion case?
I believe so. It's a
Okay.
CPCN case.
2021-00079?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Tyson County. That is the green gas conversion case.
All right, thanks. You may continue, Mr. Boehm. Thank you.
Thank you. Back on page 4, part of a quote that we already discussed of your rebuttal testimony. You're talking about fixed transmission costs, and you state, under Mr. Bieber's proposal, Big River's other members would pay to finance, depreciate, operate, and maintain the transmission system so that it will be available in those few instances when Kimberly Clark's needs it. In addition to network transmission system, there are also transmission assets, pole, conductor, et cetera, that were constructed directly to serve the Newman station from which Kimberly Clark is served. It's not appropriate to burden all other customers, excluding Kimberly Clark, with the cost of transmission facilities for which Kimberly Clark directly benefits. Now, you're not saying that Mr. Bieber's proposal, Kimberly Clark's proposal in this case, is that LICSS customers not pay any costs associated with fixed transmission investments, are you?
Mr. Boehm, do you remember the question you just asked?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you to hold it for a minute. Our counsel, Ms. Frederick, has had issues with her. She's been dropped from the hearing, and I certainly want her to be here for the answer to that question. So, actually, if you don't mind, Mr. Boehm, in order to give Ms. Frederick a bit of time, does anybody have an objection to taking a short recess until 10:45?
No objection.
Mr. Kamoff, Ms. Santana?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. We will be in recess until 10:45. Back on the record in case number 2021-00289. Mr. Bain, Mr. Wolfram. Let's see, make sure Mr. Kamoff is here and our commissioners. All right, Mr. Bain, give you an opportunity to ask the question again.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm actually not going to do that. I don't have any further questions for Mr. Wolfram.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Frederick, any questions for Mr. Wolfram?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple, thank you. Mr. Wolfram, with everything else being the same as it is proposed in the LICSS tariff, under the proposed tariff, if Kimberly Clark wanted backup power service and not maintenance power service, how would its bill change, if at all?
So if the only difference was in the one scenario, they get billing and maintenance, but in the other scenario, they only get, backup and maintenance. But in the second scenario, they only get backup and not maintenance, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So in that scenario, difference is that I'm jumping to the response, the PSC first round, item 3, that shows the billing sample that Mr. Smith talked about earlier. And if you look on that example, then actually, I think that the answer is that they will not be different because the tariff combines the provision of maintenance and backup into a single set of terms and conditions. So on the proposed tariff, clean copy, page sheet number 69.03, under Part B, where it says maintenance power service and backup power service. The charge is a single charge for both services on a combined basis. So the answer is that the bill would not be different under those two scenarios you proposed.
Thank you. And I'm going to assume then that it won't be different under this scenario, but I'm going to go ahead and ask you just to clarify. Under the proposed tariff, if Kimberly Clark never scheduled a maintenance outage during a particular year, would its bill change for that particular year?
No, because Big River's costs would not change for that particular year. So that's why that is. The bill would not change. Demand-related costs, would not change. Oh, I guess I should qualify that everything I'm talking about here is limited to the demand charge. So, of course, their energy charge, their bill for energy would change based on how much they actually self-generate or not. But for the capacity charge, the demand charge is in the LICSS tariff. Everything I've said applies to only that.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought you meant, but thank you for clarifying that. And can you also clarify whether under the tariff, the LICSS tariff as proposed, whether Kimberly Clark is required to take service in an unscheduled outage?
So, do you mean, are they still taking service under the LICSS tariff when they have an unscheduled outage?
What I'm asking is, are they required to take service at all? If they have an unscheduled outage?
So, let me walk through this out loud, and then maybe I'll see if it answers your question, or you can tell me if it does. The customer, a standby customer takes service under the LICSS tariff, and they have their own generator and they also have additional load, supplemental load. They run the power plant. Sometimes they don't run the power plant. Sometimes they do. It might vary whether it's full capacity or part. The rest of their site's load might go up or down based on production lines or whatnot. In all of those scenarios, Big Rivers provides electric service to the customer under this tariff. So I don't know if they're having an outage or they're planning an outage, whether it's planned or unplanned, alters the fact that Big Rivers provides service to them under this tariff. In other words, I don't know what the other options might be other than continuing for Big Rivers to provide service under the tariff. Is that halfway close to what you're asking me? I'm sorry if I'm not understanding the question. That's just how I'm looking at it from we provide service, Big Rivers provide service under the tariff. And those are the sections of the tariff that are in here, so.
That's fine. If what you said did not answer the staff member's question who wanted me to ask you that, then we're gonna ask a post-hearing data request to try to cover it better. But I think you covered it. Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Mr. Wolfram.
Vice Chair Cubbage?
Yeah, I've got a few. Good morning, Mr. Wolfram. I'm gonna tag off to some of the questions here that you just heard from staff. I know we were talking about the issue of maintenance and backup power being treated the same under the tariff as far as the demand charge. Is that rational? I mean, what motivation does Kimberly Clark or anyone else taking under this tariff have to actually schedule maintenance?
Oh, I think it's rational because it relates to the costs that Big Rivers incurs to provide standby service. Those costs don't change whether the capacity-related costs, again, don't change whether the outage is planned or unplanned. What could change is the energy charge, the cost that Big Rivers has to incur for energy based on whether it has notice or not. But in terms of the capacity that Big Rivers has to pay for to serve this customer, any standby customer, those costs don't change, whether it's planned or unplanned. And so that was the basis for the thinking. And as to the the incentive, I think, for the customer to plan its outages, then that ties to the energy charge and having planning the outage so that you can plan to have your outage occur at a time when energy costs would be lower. But it also ties to capacity in the sense of overall reliability and assurance of being able to take service. So anybody planning an outage at this time of the summer peak would anticipate that it's more likely that you might experience a service interruption due to system conditions. And it also, I suppose I should also point out that for the planned outages, it's not just to try to let Big Rivers know when it's going to happen, but it's something that requires MISO's approval of those outages as well. So there's a broader system reliability consideration that's taken into effect here. So that's my initial reaction to the question. There may be others, but those are the things that I can think of right now.
But as far as just those broader market-based considerations, there's no incentive for someone taking built into the tariff to schedule their maintenance. Is that right?
Well, there's no economic incentive built into the demand charge that would distinguish between the backup and the maintenance power, but there are other economic incentives related to reliability and risk management that are built into the tariff in terms of providing an incentive to schedule your maintenance at the time that's most optimal for system conditions.
Okay. I want to turn to page 16 of your rebuttal testimony. And
Okay.
it's the discussion of the difference between, buying and selling service and how you would cost that capacity. And you say from a transaction pricing standpoint, there's no difference. That's right?
Yes, for the purposes of, again, limiting this discussion to just capacity and the consideration of what Big Rivers has to do in order to be able to provide that capacity to a customer, there is not a difference.
Okay. So then a couple of pages later on page 19, or 18, excuse me, we're talking about the existing QFS tariff that's already been approved or that is in place. And you basically say that Kimberly Clark wants to have it both ways. They want to say that buying is not selling, but here they want to talk about the application of the QFS tariff, which you say is designed for customers that are selling capacity. Is that a fair characterization?
I think that's a good general characterization of our position on it.
Okay. Well, if they are functionally the same, if it's a market transaction, whether you're buying or selling, then why isn't the QFS tariff appropriate? I know there's the capacity limit that's in the existing tariff, but why then isn't the rationale of the QFS tariff appropriate?
The rationale of a QF tariff in general being applicable here, that's not off the table. In other words, it's the specific Big Rivers QF tariff parameters that are unsuited to applying to the LICSS for the reasons I stated at the bottom of page 18 of the testimony. In other words, Big Rivers QFS tariff is relatively old. Its last revision was almost 10 years ago, and even then it was just the numbers in there that got updated. Its last structural revision may be as long as 10 years before that. All of that tariff structure predates Big River's participation in MISO, and it certainly predates any of the Commission's recent orders on QF tariffs for KU and LG&E and for East Kentucky Power Cooperative in the last year or two. And so we're not saying that that use of avoided cost we think is appropriate in both. It's appropriate in the LICSS, it's appropriate in a QF tariff. But the Big Rivers QF tariff in its current form should be revisited, and for the reasons I just said, should not be applied to the LICSS at this time, if that helps.
But it's currently being offered. Is that correct?
It is being offered, and in fact, I think there are two members right now that take service under the QFS tariff. I think earlier Mr. Akert mentioned that he wasn't aware that there are any, but I'm pretty sure there are two customers who take service, but they also have special contracts, and they are solar power facilities served on a rural delivery service tariff. They don't sell power back to Big Rivers. And so the fact that the tariff is out there and warrants revision, even though it's currently approved, doesn't mean it's a good fit for the LICSS application in this case.
That's the last question I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wolfram.
Commissioner Butler?
No questions.
Is there how this facility, this 14 megawatt facility, operates? Is there a similarity between how it'll operate with regards to Kimberly Clark and Big Rivers and Kinergy, and how energy efficiency and demand response work?
Yes, I think there is. So if, in a general sense, energy efficiency and demand response is a customer, an activity undertaken by the customer to reduce its energy and or demand so as to, among other things, lower its bill, electric bill. And the same is true for a standby customer, a self-supply customer. They employ a generating resource to meet some of its own needs so as to reduce its energy and demand charges and lower its bill. Those are some similarities. There are differences, but those are similarities, yes.
So, and then demand response, one of the, I guess, before demand response became cool, there have been industrial demand response programs in the form of things like curtailable service riders, correct?
So there are a number of options available to industrial customers for lowering its demand. I'm not sure if they qualify as demand response or DSM, but curtailable service riders or interruptible riders, things like that do exist for sure.
Yeah. So, is there more? Let me just say. Let's say that you were working on behalf of Big Rivers and you were looking at creating a interruptible rider, an interruptible tariff. What would an appropriate credit for that interruptible tariff be? Not maybe specific to Big Rivers, but just for a utility that's vertically integrated, that let's say it's not really net long or net short, but that it has adequate capacity with a reasonable reserve margin and is a member of an RTO. In your experience, what is a reasonable way to calculate that interruptible credit to reflect, forget the energy for a second, the generation capacity benefit of being able to interrupt at the utility's demand the load or a certain amount of the customer's load?
So I haven't studied this or been involved with the development of an interruptible credit for any of the other utilities in Kentucky that have commission-approved interruptible riders, East Kentucky or LG, KU, AEP, any of those. But in theory, I suppose it would be appropriate for a demand-related credit for interruption to be related to the cost avoided by the utility for the demand that's interrupted that it would otherwise have to provide from its generators or from a bilateral agreement. So I suppose that would mean the short-term marginal cost, but short-run and marginal cost. But at the very least, I would say you could generally characterize it as the avoided demand cost.
The avoided generation capacity value?
Yes, I think that would be reasonable.
Okay. Would you recommend that value include a credit for avoided transmission capacity?
For an interruptible rider?
That's right.
I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I suppose in theory, maybe it would be appropriate to consider it, but I'm not sure the value would be something other than zero. I'd have to consider that.
In your experience with interruptible riders, is it usually at the utility's request that the entity up to a number of times or up to a maximum number of times interrupt, that it's at the utility's direction that the interruption or curtailment occurs?
Yeah, the interruptible riders I'm familiar with are at the utility's direction up to a limited number of hours or occurrences per year.
Okay. And occasionally there's a provision, are you aware that occasionally these tariffs or agreements have provisions that allow for a buy-through in lieu of a curtailment?
Yes, I have seen that.
Okay, and that buy-through is usually just at that incremental or marginal value of whatever otherwise would be avoided?
It is, I think, it's at the cost that the utility has to bear to procure the pass-through of the service, but I don't know if it's limited to energy only or if it includes other components.
Okay. For in this, to try to draw maybe some similarities so it helps me understand, at least for maintenance, the maintenance on the generation demand The maintenance proposal is effectively at Kimberly Clark's request with 60 days notice prior to the beginning of the calendar year, but with input and direction, I guess, from Big Rivers. Is that correct? Let me say it this way. The maintenance power service, the time that maintenance service would be provided is not at the exclusive direction of Big Rivers.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And then I guess opposite of what a curtailment would be, the backup power service would certainly not be at the direction of Big Rivers. It would be it would be out of Big Rivers' hands as to when backup power service is required. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's likely to be correct almost all the time.
Okay. So I want to understand, I think, do you agree with Mr. Eckert's response to me that that effectively there is no, I think Mr. Bame asked you this too, but that there's no disagreement on supplemental power service between Big Rivers, Kenergy, and Kimberly Clark?
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay. Now, with maintenance power service, all the parties agree that the energy should be billed at the higher of standard LIC energy rate or market price. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So Big River's proposal, the tariff, is that for maintenance power, just for maintenance power, I know that it's effectively the same, but for maintenance power, that the demand equal to self-supply capacity, so the full 14 megawatts, billed at the LIC demand rate less a credit. So it's the self-supply, 14 megawatts self-supply capacity at $6.915 per kW month. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Kimberly Clark's is the scheduled maintenance demand billed at the LIC rate converted to a dollar per kW week. So I want to understand, we'll first go to the dollar amount. What's the difference in the dollar amount between what Kimberly Clark is proposing and what Big Rivers is proposing their tariff?
Sorry, when you say what's the difference, are you asking for a mathematical comparison or a theoretical foundation comparison?
The way I can divide things by 4. So forget the per month or per week per month distinction on the kW per. The way it was calculated, what does Big Rivers include or not include that Kimberly Clark's does and vice versa?
So Big River's approach takes the LIC demand charge, which includes all of the same fixed costs that other industrial customers of Big Rivers are paying, uses that as the starting point, and offsets that with the $3.80, which is effectively an avoided capacity cost pursuant to Big River's most recent analysis in the Green River case that was cited earlier, and credits the standby customer with that amount because they, as a way to acknowledge that the customer doesn't require that full capacity all of the time. And then that's what the Big Rivers does. It's simple. There's no more or less to it than that. And they do that because the Big Rivers has to have that capacity all the time. Period. I mean, they are not off the hook for providing that 14 megawatts. They have to have it. And so the Kimberly Clark approach does it differently. They take the full LIC in the primary recommendation. They have a secondary one that's different, but for the primary recommendation, they take the full LIC demand charge and they apportion that or prorate it into a weekly amount and then apply that for every week in which the customer actually experiences or takes the demand under the maintenance or the backup service, and then has the rest of Big River's customers pay for that full fixed cost on those time periods where they're not taking it. That's a high level summary. I don't,
Yeah, so,
of the primary recommendation from
Yeah.
Kimberly Clark.
so their actual dollar per KW week is just a KW value of the full LIC demand rate of $10.715 per KW month. Is that right?
Yeah, a portion, I think that's correct, a portion down to a weekly value.
Okay. And is that, I mean, does fundamentally, what is Big River's concern about having a dollar per KW week value in lieu of a dollar per KW month value?
But fundamentally, the concern is that we don't procure capacity for just a week. We procure capacity for the whole year. And so if the standby customer pays for the capacity in the 1 week, all of the other Big Rivers members pay for the rest of the year. And we view that as inappropriate.
Right, but that deals with, that doesn't matter about the dollar per KW week. That's an issue of the entire self-supply capacity versus the maintenance demand, right?
So it doesn't change the calculation of a dollar per KW week value, but that's true, but the approach is very different. And I should qualify, Mr. Chairman, when I described the differences there, I was really only talking about maintenance service and not backup service.
Right, I am
Because
too. The basis of the question is related to maintenance service. So forget the dollar per KW week. Let's say their proposal was the full LIC rate, right? The only difference would be that you all would propose to charge them each year for maintenance power service as if they, for maintenance power service, as if they didn't have the generator for capacity. And theirs is only for the amount that they actually schedule for maintenance. Is that correct?
I think it is, if it means the same thing that I'm about to say, which is we would charge them for that demand all year because we have to procure it for the whole year, and they would opt to pay for it only in the week that they use it as scheduled maintenance, and otherwise have the rest of the membership pay for it.
Let me ask this question, Mr. Wolfram. If 61 days before the end of the year, so let's say by September, Kimberly Clark rings up Big Rivers and says, we will not be needing any maintenance time next calendar year, right? And then they call back a week later, at the end of September, say, never mind, we're going to need to be down for a month next year, prior to the 60 days. Assuming they don't ever take anything under the backup power service, right? The only difference between those two fictional years is the one that they scheduled a maintenance time, they scheduled a month for maintenance, the other they had no planned maintenance. Is there a difference in their bill from Big Rivers?
So I'm not sure if there is or not. I would have to confer with Mr. Akrit on that, and probably the lawyers to interpret the actual tariff language. But I don't want to get into the semantics of the tariff. I think the key for Big Rivers will be the question of if Big Rivers actually has a different cost incurred to meet the expected maintenance schedule that Kimberly Clark sets forth. And that's what I'd have to look at to answer that question.
Well, that's interesting, whether Big Rivers would have an additional cost, but all Big Rivers would be able to charge for that maintenance is identical, right? It's the entirety of the 14 megawatts times the $6.915 per kilowatt month, regardless of whether they schedule maintenance for the next year or not.
Oh, yeah, that's actually true. You're right about that. Whether they schedule the maintenance or not, does not alter what they would pay under our proposed tariff for maintenance service. That's correct.
Maintenance is free. Maintenance is free. They're paying effectively under your all's proposal. They're paying for the ability to have backup power service.
Maintenance is free.
They're paying whether they schedule. Let me ask it this way. I'll withdraw that. They're paying the full freight for maintenance and backup power service every year under the proposal, regardless of whether they schedule maintenance.
Correct.
Okay. So why does Big Rivers care when they schedule maintenance?
I think the scheduling of the maintenance is more related to the operational constraints placed on Big Rivers by MISO. But that's as much as I can say on that point.
Yeah, but so if the maintenance is free, and I think maybe this is what the vice chair may have been getting to. Your Big Rivers is proposing to charge Kimberly Clark the exact same amount for maintenance, or for backup power and maintenance is the same thing as I see it under this proposal. So what's the point of them scheduling anything if they're going to have to pay for the entire 14 megawatt reservation for the entire year?
So from a capacity price standpoint, I don't think there is a difference. There may be differences related to either the energy or to, reliability or other requirements placed on Big Rivers from MISO. But from a capacity standpoint, capacity cost standpoint, there is no difference.
Well, from an energy standpoint, there won't be any difference because the energy is whatever the energy is, right? I mean, I guess, Mr. Bame's client can look at what they expect the LMPs to be and say, well, we expect them to be high in July. We're just going to take it off in July, but why do we need to tell them ahead of time? Because it doesn't save us any money. And Big Rivers has already told us that they're planning this entire system knowing that they have to be able to provide us power whenever we are unable to provide it under backup power.
I think that sounds correct to me, but there would still be potential economic advantages on the energy cost side that they would yield through scheduling at times they anticipate energy costs to be lower. And again, there may be other requirements that I'm not aware of from an operational standpoint that Big Rivers has that would provide incentive to schedule the maintenance versus to just take every outage as a backup outage. But the reason I say that from a capacity cost it's no different is because for the capacity that Big Rivers has to procure, it is no different. Big River spends the same to be able to provide that capacity, whether it's planned or unplanned. Big Rivers incurs a cost for that, and it's unchanged regardless of scheduling or unscheduling an outage at the facility.
Are you aware of any requirement of Big Rivers to have this tariff?
I'm not aware of a legal requirement or statutory regulatory requirement as much as I am aware of the reasons Big Rivers is proposing the tariff, but I don't think they are driven by legal requirements from my understanding.
Well, what's the reason that Big Rivers is asking for the tariff?
Greg earlier mentioned the fact that they became aware that Kimberly Clark was going to install this generator, and Big Rivers felt that, and this is in response to PSC 2-1, that it was necessary to either implement a tariff or amend the retail electric service agreement. And That would be so that Big Rivers could provide this backup service and charge Kimberly Clark appropriately for that service without having other members subsidize that provision of service.
What's the difference between maintaining, as I understand it today, the status quo, which is just that Kimberly Clark is being charged everything that it uses and all of its net demand at the large industrial tariff versus this? What's the economic benefit to Big Rivers as a system?
So the economic benefit, obviously, if Big Rivers were to continue to serve Kimberly Clark under the existing LIC tariff, then Big Rivers will under-recover its fixed costs because Kimberly Clark's measured demand would decline, and that would be used in billing, which would result in an under-recovery of Big Rivers' fixed cost from this customer.
But what's the difference between that then and if Kimberly Clark did its own energy efficiency or demand response program? Or did its own energy efficiency, let's say?
Well, primarily it's size. I mean, Kimberly Clark is large, the power plant is large. When most customers, individual members implement energy efficiency, it's not as sizable as this power plant. And putting aside any of the operational issues related to MISO that I can't speak to, just from a cost recovery standpoint, it's mostly a size issue.
Okay.
Which translates into a fairness issue for the rest of the membership of a larger magnitude.
So is this more about recovering, and the question I wrote down earlier, the comment you were making, I should have asked it that right. You keep using the word fixed. I don't think you and I are going to come probably to agreement in the short time we have here on what fixed means. When you're referring to fixed in these contexts, are you referring to embedded costs?
So if by embedded you mean the costs to build power plants and transmission lines, just keeping it at the very high level, then I'll say yes.
Let me say it this way. If you were today to do an embedded cost of service study, right, for plant, for a historical period, let's say last calendar year, to do an embedded cost of service study, when you're using the term fixed, what I'm curious about is that synonymous with those amounts that would be embedded as already incurred capital expenses that are included in that cost of service study?
I think the answer is yes.
Okay. And so the second part of that, when you say fixed, do you mean, let's look at a 1 year snapshot, right? No long term, that we're talking about the same time period, 1 year. Those expenses that have already been incurred and that will not vary based off demand or usage.
So I would agree, I would restate what you said and say yes to everything except for the inclusion of demand in there. And even that's a maybe, so maybe I'd have to ask you to say it again, sorry.
Yeah, so when you say a fixed cost, do those fixed costs vary based off of any individual customer's demand or demand in the aggregate in that single year?
Oh, I see. So the way I use fixed costs, no. I use fixed costs in this discussion as a brother term, a sibling term to variable costs. In other words, the fixed costs in my mind are those that do not vary with customer consumption.
In the short term? Yeah. Okay, all right. So the one thing that I think you allude to this in your rebuttal, but I want to make sure that you're correct, that I understand. We've spent a lot of time talking about generation capacity, but I took from your rebuttal testimony that you have a concern about Kimberly Clark's proposal in relation to transmission capacity and avoiding any embedded, I call them embedded, but you call them fixed transmission capacity related expenses. So is it your testimony that Big Rivers or you are concerned about the avoidance of those expenses more, as much, less than the avoidance of generation capacity expenses? Or generation capacity costs?
It is the Big River's position that we are as concerned about the transmission embedded costs as we are about the generation embedded costs for capacity. Those are all concerns. Now, maybe I can't say that every individual Big River, how they weight those, but they're concerned about both of them, yes.
Okay. And the LIC demand rate includes, probably going to say something I don't always love, but includes transmission and generation embedded expenses, embedded costs, correct?
Yeah, so the LIC rate is a bundled rate. It has a demand charge and an energy charge, and the demand charge is intended to capture the embedded transmission and generation related costs, fixed cost, embedded costs, yes.
Okay.
But they're bundled into one charge.
Okay. So, no disagreement on supplemental power. The disagreement on maintenance power is effectively this disagreement over, single product that's on an annual basis, from Big River's perspective, a single product on an annual basis for the entire 14 megawatts versus Kimberly Clark's perspective that it should be on a reservation-specific basis instead of an annual basis at the full LIC demand rate. That's it for supplemental and maintenance, correct? That's the primary disagreement, the primary distinction for maintenance.
Yeah, so the supplemental, I don't think there's any disagreement, and on the maintenance, the disagreement is whether, the customer wants to be able to pay for that demand only when they schedule an outage, and the G&T wants the customer to pay for that demand for the same period that the G&T has to pay to supply it. So yes, that's the big difference.
So I want to pretend for a second, just so it can help us make decisions, pretend for a second that backup power doesn't exist. Like, it's not a thing, it's not needed. Let's just focus on maintenance power, right? So
Okay.
let's say that Kimberly Clark and Big River signed an agreement that said they would not take backup power. That that they will, if their generator isn't running, that they will reduce their demand by the corresponding amount, right? So that the the aggregate demand or the net demand is never above, what it would be when their generator is running, right? So the generator doesn't run, other than maintenance. The generator doesn't run. It trips a internal circuit or a circuit breaker at Kimberly Clark and just shuts down 14 megawatts of demand. Okay, this hypothetical. Would Big River's perspective be the same on what the value of maintenance power is if it had to be scheduled?
If Kimberly Clark or the any standby customer intends to take maintenance power and has a capacity amount, in this instance 14 megawatts, that Big Rivers has to procure capacity for those maintenance periods, then yes, Big Rivers still wants the standby customer to pay for the cost related to such procurement.
Yeah, but you might not have to procure that, given that Big Rivers has input into when that maintenance occurs, right? Because you're only, and this is just a personal, you're going to get caught in the crossfire that Big Rivers has already received once from me in the last couple of months. But Big Rivers is a vertically integrated utility, right? They can leave MISO on a 1-year notice. So we keep talking about procurement as if they're, you know, an LSE and they don't own any of their own generation and they're getting their capacity from the market every year, but they own their own capacity, right? And if the maintenance occurs, well, they're procuring, to your term, they're procuring capacity, but really all they're doing is sending their plan in every year to MISO as to how they're going to meet their peak summer demand under the rules today. And when you say procuring capacity, what you're talking about is effectively that, I think it may even be a single CP megawatt amount to meet that summer peak, right? That's what you're saying when you say procure capacity, right?
Right.
So,
That basic, I mean, yes, maybe there's some details there I'm omitting, but generally, yes, for the year. That's how it works.
and so, I mean, Big Rivers doesn't keep all of their generation on all year long, right? They like almost every generation owner, or I guess probably like every generation owner, they occasionally have to put their own generators through maintenance. Is it your experience that generation owners usually do maintenance, especially ones that are part of RTOs, or even not part of RTOs, do those in what are referred to as shoulder months, or times when they can take particular generators off and it not impact the reliability because the aggregate demand allows for that reduction in some generation?
Yes, that's my understanding, that's my experience, that's very common, yes.
Okay, April is a fairly common shoulder month in your experience. Is that fair?
Yeah, historically, spring and fall, April is one of those months, yes.
Okay, so
historically.
So if the maintenance occurred in spring or fall on any given time, it would not affect the quote procurement of capacity in the subsequent year. Is that accurate?
It could be accurate, it just depends. I don't know how much April fits into the process that Big Rivers undergoes for scheduling that capacity, how much it needs, based on what how the 14 megawatts impacts that. It could.
Well, I'll ask it this way. Are you aware of Big Rivers procurement CP to be in the spring or the fall?
Historically, I think Big Rivers has not had that occur.
So let me ask about MISO. Are you aware of their requirement that the capacity requirements for the single CP or whatever it is for their procurement process, has that, in your experience, ordinarily been in the spring and fall?
Not my experience, no.
Has it been in the summer?
Yeah, it's ordinarily a summer, MISO's a summer peaking RTO.
Okay, so then let's take a full step back. If the maintenance, Kimberly Clark calls up in September and says, I want to do maintenance next year in July for 4 weeks, that to your point could impact that procurement, that CP procurement of MISO, correct?
Yes, it could.
Okay.
But even if it were a different month, it doesn't mean, this whole framework of the discussion you've set forth here, while reasonable, it's limited to incremental capacity costs. And Big Rivers has more than incremental capacity costs to provide demand. Big Rivers has a full set of capacity costs to meet demand. And what Kimberly Clark's suggesting is that, look, they're saying basically this: as long as I don't use the capacity in the summer, anytime I use it, it's otherwise freed up because other people aren't using it, I'm going to go ahead and take it. And I shouldn't have to pay for that. That's the problem. That's what Big Rivers doesn't think is appropriate. We still have capacity obligations in April. Every other customer is paying for that. Kimberly Clark wants them for free in April or in October or in September. And that's the problem. That's what Big Rivers has a problem with. That Kimberly Clark shouldn't get to use capacity that all the other customers are paying for in April just because they're not using it. That's what the problem is. It's a fairness issue. It's not necessarily limited to the incremental cost issues. They exist. And where you're heading, I think, is correct. Big Rivers may not incur incremental demand-related costs if the maintenance service is provided in a shoulder or other non-peak period. But that only addresses the incremental costs and not the full set of costs that the rest of Big Rivers members are paying for capacity at large on a year-round basis.
What provision of this proposed tariff provides any economic incentive for Big Rivers, for Kimberly Clark to request to do maintenance in those shoulder periods?
So as I said before, I think from a capacity pricing standpoint, that incentive is not provided through the tariffs. It's provided through energy, and it's provided through the broader economics associated with reliability of the system over various seasons. But there's not a specific demand-related incentive there because there's no demand-related cost differential to Big River's other members in those periods.
Right, but the energy is the same throughout. So would you agree that that this proposed tariff provides no economic incentive for Kimberly-Clark to schedule maintenance at any time that would be beneficial, or any particular time that could be beneficial to the entire system of Big Rivers? That it just says, schedule your maintenance at any time, the cost is the same to you.
Yeah, but the cost won't be the same to them because ordinarily the energy cost is lower in the shoulder periods. And it would also incorporate the approval of MISO in the process of planning for these outages.
Right, but that doesn't have anything to do with the tariff. None of that's in the tariff.
Well, the higher of components in the energy charge, the higher of, I'll just, for ease of communication, I'll call it standard tariff for market. The higher of parameters there reflects what I just described, and that is in the tariff.
Okay, but that would be the same under backup or maintenance.
Oh, I'm sorry. With respect to a comparison relative to backup, yes, I agree with you. There's no difference. But with respect to just the standard LIC tariff, absolutely there's a difference.
Is there a system benefit, in your experience, for Kimberly-Clark to schedule maintenance in times other than, in particular times as compared to others?
Absolutely.
Is that value provided for, that system benefit provided for in any way let's just say, in any way in Big River's proposed tariff?
It is only to my knowledge, my understanding is yes, it is provided in the fact that the energy charge provides for the higher of market or standard tariff, and scheduling your outage permits you to improve your odds of having a lower energy charge.
But you got to take a hope when you have to schedule the outage at least 60 days before the year starts. If you just forget scheduling and went with the backup rate, then you'd have some sort of idea as to at least 20 days notice what the weather's going to be, right?
Well, that's true, but I didn't interpret that to be the question. Is there an incentive in the tariff or not? The answer is yes, there is. It's in the energy charge.
Okay. So, but is there a Big River system benefit for Kimberly-Clark to reduce their demand by 14 megawatts at Big River's summer peak, or at Big River's winter peak for that matter?
Is there a Big Rivers benefit for that?
That's right.
Yes.
How is that benefit reflected in the proposed tariff?
I'm just taking a moment to
Take your
review
time.
the tariff once more. So I think the way I would answer that question without thinking about it more is that the tariff itself doesn't set forth all of the reasons or advantages for the standby customer to schedule its maintenance outages at more optimal times relative to taking backup service. But the lack of those incentives specified in the tariff doesn't mean those incentives don't exist. Those incentives exist to the same degree that such incentives aren't set forth in DSM tariffs. Advantages exist in DSM tariffs. Overall system reliability being the primary consideration, Big River's ability to meet all of its customers' demands without interruption, other reliability objectives and requirements set forth by NERC or MISO are all factors that can come into play here that aren't specifically dictated in the tariff, but that, notwithstanding, exist.
But Mr. Wolfram,
So,
Big Rivers is
that's
going
my short
to,
answer.
let me just ask, Big Rivers is going to have to do all those things to ensure system reliability, even for the backup power, which it will have no notice ahead of time at all, correct?
And that's true, but it doesn't mean that's what you want to do.
So the last question on this is the $3.80 per kilowatt month. Is that what Big Rivers proposes that its avoided generation capacity value is?
At this time, that's, and for the purpose of the LICSS tariff, that's correct.
Okay. And to the question you just had, that there may be system benefits, let's say for the transmission system between maintenance power and backup power, and that if the maintenance was done at certain times versus the backup power, which can occur at any time, why shouldn't the maintenance power provide a credit for avoided transmission capacity value? Forget what the value may or may not be, right? I don't want to get down into what the value may or may not be, but I'm saying, why shouldn't it?
So if you allow for the fact that the value is zero, it, in theory, should be a consideration. But in my view, the value will be zero because Big River's incurred and continues to incur the same costs to be positioned to provide this service that they're on the hook to provide, whether the standby customer takes it or not. So I guess I'm not saying it's not included. I'm saying it is included, but it's zero.
Where in the tariff is it included?
Well, so Big Rivers has bundled rates, so there's not a specific transmission component set forth here. There is just a charge which includes the full LIC rate and the avoided cost, what I'll call simplifying as the avoided cost of the 380, the credit for avoided costs. And that 380 that credit is where it would be included if it were a non-zero number.
So what can, I want to make sure I'm clear about this, Mr. Wolfram. You're not claiming that Big Rivers has actually calculated looking at what the components of avoided transmission capacity are and come out to zero. You're just saying you believe it's zero, right?
I don't know that answer because I don't know the extent to which transmission capacity was included in the filing Big Rivers made regarding the conversion of the green units to natural gas. But I'm a subject to check. I'm going to assume that analysis did not include a transmission capacity cost component. But I don't know.
Okay, so we'll ask that as a post-hearing data request for the calculation that was done to determine that the avoided transmission value was zero and ahead of filing this tariff and including the $6.915 per kilowatt month value. If Big Rivers was not a member of MISO, would you recommend the same avoided capacity credit?
I don't know, I didn't evaluate it that way in that hypothetical situation. It's possible that I would, because I think Big River's costs, on my initial reaction is Big River's costs aren't likely to change. So it's possible that I would recommend the same approach, but I don't know since I didn't look at it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wolfram. Mr. Kameloff, do you have any redirect?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a few questions. Mr. Wolfram, so sticking on this idea about, I guess, the benefit to Big Rivers of having Kimberly Clark schedule outages in the shoulder months versus the summer months. Isn't the benefit to Big Rivers the reduction in the planning reserve requirement from MISO that's achieved by Kimberly Clark having its own generation?
Yes, so that's an obvious benefit when you're comparing the maintenance versus backup. If the standby customer can schedule its outage for a period other than the summer peak or the CP, then Big Rivers can procure a lower summer peak capacity requirement from MISO and thus lower its costs. So that's true, yes.
And so I guess the amount of cost that Big Rivers avoids, isn't it the reduction in the reserve requirement that MISO gives it times its avoided generation capacity cost?
Yes.
And that's like the 380 that we're talking about.
Right, that's what the 380 is. That's correct.
And so the credit that Big Rivers is proposing to give under the LSCSS tariff to Kimberly Clark is that reduction in the planning reserve requirement times the 380.
Right, it's the capacity of the standby facility multiplied by the 380 per dollars per kW.
And so Big Rivers is giving the entire benefit of the reduction in the reserve requirement and passing that through to Kimberly Clark. Right?
Yes, that's true. Every month of the year, the standby customer would get the credit of their full power plant capacity times the avoided cost determined by Big River. So that's a credit in every month. That's correct.
So it's in Kimberly Clark's interest to ensure that it gets the most credit for its self-generation from MISO that it can, right?
Yes, I would think that would be in their best economic interest, yes.
And so the requirement in the LSCSS tariff that Kimberly Clark, give notice to Big Rivers of maintenance outages, that's really for Kimberly Clark's benefit, right?
Well, it would allow Big Rivers to lower its costs. At the same time, it provides Kimberly Clark that full benefit, yes.
But isn't the reduction in Big Rivers cost, that's passed through that credit, right, to Kimberly Clark?
Yes, it is. That's true.
And from Big River's perspective, I think you said earlier that its cost otherwise wouldn't change other than that credit. And so Big Rivers is really indifferent as to whether Kimberly Clark takes maintenance power or backup power. And that's why the tariff treats them the same, right?
And that's right. The tariff treats them the same because Big River's actual costs will be the same.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wolfram. I think you were also asked a question about, or several questions really about, the difference between, a customer with self-generation versus a customer that engages in energy efficiency, or a customer that leaves the system. Is it fair to say that, a customer that reduces its generation because it left the system is no longer asking Big Rivers to provide any service to it?
And that's what happened with the smelters. They left the system. So there's no service that they are asking Big Rivers to provide, and therefore they aren't paying Big Rivers anymore. That's not what you have with a standby customer. A standby customer remains on the system, still requires energy and capacity to be provided under the full service agreements from Big Rivers, and that's what makes them different.
And a customer, or I guess would it be reasonable for a customer that is engaging in energy efficiency measures to assume that it's going to be kind of a permanent reduction in energy and or demand?
I guess that depends. I mean, for a lot of the energy efficiency measures, those are really only going to come at certain times. Thermostat controls or things of that sort. Other energy efficiency programs like lighting, those can be more year-round. But either way, it's not entirely analogous to standby customer having self-supply and wanting to purchase backup and maintenance power.
So, and I think we were also talking about, or you also mentioned the two customers that currently take service under the Big Rivers QFS tariff. Can you tell us a little bit more about those two customers?
My understanding, yes. My understanding is there are two members who take service under QFS right now. They have special contracts in place, each of them does, and each is a solar facility. Each takes service under the rural delivery service, the RDS tariff, not the LIC. So they're not industrial, quote unquote, industrial customers under Big Rivers tariff designations. And the special contracts that these customers have in place don't allow for the customer to sell power to the grid, which is, as was mentioned earlier, the distinction in the QF tariff that it's intended for customers to be able to sell power back to the utility. These two customers, that is not a component of the special contracts that they have in place with Big Rivers under the QFS tariff. So they're not, I can't say they're not really QF customers because they are. They take service under that tariff, but the agreements they have in place preclude them selling power back at avoided costs to the grid. So they're a little different. And for that reason, they're not what we qualify here as the issues associated with the Big Rivers current QFS tariff, that potentially requiring a revisit or some revisions. Now, these customers aren't experiencing any harm by our need to revise that, because the parts we need to revise are not parts that they get served under the special contracts today.
And are you aware whether their contracts provide for maintenance or backup service?
To my knowledge, their contracts do not provide for maintenance or for backup service, so that would be another difference.
Earlier, Mr. Bain was asking you about minimum demand charges. Would it be prudent for a utility to plan its system around only providing customers or only meeting customers' minimum demand needs, or is it more prudent for a utility to plan for meeting the maximum demand that customers are allowed to utilize?
Oh yeah, from a planning standpoint, the utility plans to meet the maximum demands, the peak load, plus a reserve margin, in order to be assured of meeting its obligation to serve at the peak times, and presumably at almost all other times. If they can meet the peak plus a reserve margin, then they're likely to be able to meet the demand in all hours. And that minimum demand component is really more related to addressing cost recovery than it is from a capacity or energy planning standpoint.
And I believe you testified earlier that I think that Big Rivers has some dedicated transmission facilities in place to serve Kimberly Clark at its full load without its self-generation. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. On page 4 of my rebuttal testimony, I noted that there are other transmission assets, poles, conductor, etc., constructed directly to serve this customer at the Newman substation.
I think it was Mr. Boehm also that had asked you about whether Big Rivers lowers its base rates when a new customer comes on board. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with the Big Rivers member rate stability mechanism?
And yes, I am.
And under that tariff, if Big Rivers is making additional margins because a new customer comes online, do other customers benefit from that?
My understanding is yes, under the recently approved changes to the MRSM, the Member Rate Stability Mechanism, on an annual basis, if Big Rivers has margins that exceed a certain point, then members benefit from that financially. And if the margins don't, then they don't. So it's a bit of it's not quite as real-time rate making as perhaps the question from Mr. Boehm to me earlier might have, that I might have inferred from that question, but it does provide benefits through lower rates or through credits back to customers of Big Rivers when Big Rivers has more sales or more margins, really.
And I believe Ms. Frederick asked you a question about whether Kimberly Clark was required to take backup service. Wouldn't a customer with its own generation that did not want backup service be able to just disconnect from the system?
So if the customer could supply its entire load from its own supply resource, I think it would be possible for them to terminate their service from the co-op. I think that's possible. They would have to adopt the risk, of course, that they wouldn't be, if their generator becomes unavailable, they wouldn't be able to count on the co-op to provide their service, but I think they could terminate their service and not take service under any agreement. I was looking at it more from the standpoint of Big Rivers doesn't really have latitude. If a customer takes service under its tariff, Big Rivers has an obligation to serve pursuant to that tariff, so they do. As long as the customer is a member. If that answers your question.
It does, yes. So I think I had one more question about the self-supply capacity that is attributed to Kimberly Clark's generation, and I think you said it's 14 megawatts this year. Are you aware of that? Does that change over time?
I think it does. I mean, I suppose the nameplate capacity of the generator may be a single number, but in real life, the amount of capacity coming out of the plant can vary. I would expect it could be more, it could be higher, it could be lower, depending on the operational considerations at the facility. I think maybe there was some reference to that in one of the data responses about the operations of the facility. I don't quite recall which one. I did not sponsor the response, but yeah, the plant's capacity can vary due to operational factors.
Well, just looking at the definition of self-supply capacity and the tariff, it's based on what MISO credits big rivers with, right? And so that can change year to year based on what MISO's decision as far as the reliability of that unit is.
Yes, absolutely. I'm sorry if I misunderstood your first question. Within the respect to the tariff, the self-supply capacity, yeah, that's just, that's can change every year.
And is also is the backup and maintenance power that Big Rivers provides, is that the first through the meter power? Does that come before the supplemental power?
So in the tariff, we specify this in the tariff, and I think, I'm not seeing that section right now, but I know we specify that in the proposed tariff as to the sequencing of supplemental and backup and maintenance.
So I guess I would just refer you to sheet number 69.02 under the requirements for supplemental power service, item 2. Is that the part of the tariff that you're talking about?
That's right. Item 2 says that all power not specifically identified as maintenance power or backup power shall be deemed to be supplemental power.
Mr. Chairman, that's all the questions I have.
Let me ask Mr. Wolfram one last question. Would Big River's proposal be the same if Kimberly Clark was a new customer that was proposing to have cogeneration in lieu of being a current customer and proposing to reduce its demand and energy usage through cogeneration?
Oh, yes, the standby tariff is intended for, or the LICSS tariff is aimed at all standby customers who meet the criteria set forth in the availability and applicability sections. So, yeah, a new customer who is a standby customer would take service under the same tariff. So they would pay the full demand charge and get the credit of the full $3.80 per kW per month.
Then how would the justification of the previously incurred fixed costs to serve the customer apply to that new customer?
The theoretical justification is that we start is no different because we start by placing the new customer on the same level playing field as all other industrial customers, and then we credit them with avoided cost for every month for their standby capacity. So if you think about an industrial customer who's not a standby customer, who's new, they come in, they pay the same rate as everybody else until we have another rate case. And the same is true for the LICSS customers. They come in, they pay the same rate as the other standby customers until we have another rate case.
Right, but Big Rivers and Kinergy would have a minimum demand charge likely for that industrial customer, service agreement with that new customer, and might require, under that factor of revenue test you mentioned earlier, might require that customer to pay additional costs to build the system to serve it, correct?
Yeah, that's true under the LICSS or under the LIC. That's true for any new customer. That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Kamoff, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Vice Chair Cubbage, Commissioner Butler? Okay. So it is 12:05. I'd like to, well, let me ask Mr. Kamoff, how much cross-examination do you or Ms. Santana have for Mr. Bieber?
Very little, if any, I believe.
And Ms. Frederick?
Just a few questions, not much at all.
So we'll take the risk here of taking a live poll with the commissioners. Would you all like to move ahead and try to finish very quickly, or take a lunch break and have to just come back for Mr. Bieber?
I'd rather move ahead.
Okay. So what we'll do is, given that we've gone for this time, I'd like to take a short break, just a 5-minute break, and then we'll call Mr. I assume you have no more witnesses, Mr. Kamoff. Is that correct?
That's correct,
And
Chairman.
that's all for Big Rivers?
Mr. Chairman, do I have an opportunity to do a brief recross on Mr. Wolfram based on Mr. Camo's questions?
I don't think so, Mr. Boehm. We're just going to do the one round today.
Thank you.
Mr. Kamoff, do you have anything else for Big Rivers?
We do not, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Boehm, we'll allow you to call Mr. Bieber when we return from a short 5-minute break.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess. All right, we're back on the record in case number 2021-00289. So make sure we have Mr. Bain, Mr. Hopgood, Mr. Kamoff, Ms. Frederick. Looks like we may be missing Ms. Frederick. We'll wait just a minute to let Ms. Frederick get back on.
Mr. Chairman, should I just ask you, is Mr. Wolfram excused?
Let's see here. Mr. Bain, do you have any objection to excusing Mr. Wolfram?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Frederick, do you have any objection to excusing Mr. Wolfram the remainder of the hearing?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's your answer, Mr. Kamoff. Mr. Wolfram can be excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Mr. Bain, would you like to call your witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. Kimberly Clark calls Justin Bieber.
All right, Mr. Bieber, please turn on your camera, your microphone, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Justin Bieber. My address is 111 East Broadway, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Mr. Bain, you may ask.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Bieber.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and for the record?
Justin Bieber.
And did you file direct testimony on behalf of Kimberly Clark Corporation in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes to that testimony?
No, I do not.
Can I ask you what is the room that you're in? What materials do you have in front of you?
I have my testimony, responses to discovery, the company's responses to discovery, as well as a few personal notes I've written.
Thank you. Mr. Bieber is available for cross-examination.
Okay. Mr. Kamoff?
Well, I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Santana.
Okay. Ms. Santana, you may ask.
Big Rivers has no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Hopgood, do you have any questions for Mr. Bieber?
I do not. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Frederick?
Your Honor, staff finds that they have no questions for Mr. Bieber. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair?
I have just one, and it may not be something that's answerable, but, good afternoon, Mr. Beaver. Thanks for being with us.
Good afternoon.
I know you've been on listening, and there's been a lot of discussion about should there be some sort of incentive essentially built into the tariff for, maintenance service to be scheduled in advance? Should there be some kind of credit to schedule that such that it doesn't occur in on-peak conditions? If you were to structure some sort of incentive to be built into the tariff, what would it be?
I'm not sure that I would structure any additional incentives into the tariff. I know that Mr. Wolfram pointed out that there may be an incentive in terms of the market energy prices may be higher during peak periods, and that may be something to be avoided. But the way that I view the requirements here is that Big Rivers has the discretion to approve or not approve scheduled maintenance. And so it really puts Kimberly Clark or the standby customer and the company in a position where they're going to agree on a time that's not a peak period to perform maintenance service. And that makes sense because maintenance service can be flexible, and there's really no reason to schedule it during a peak period when it would require Big Rivers to have to procure additional capacity in order to serve it.
No more questions.
Commissioner Butler?
No questions.
Mr. Bieber, you have a copy of your testimony available to you?
I do.
You might go to line 70. Just let me know when you're there.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm there.
So as I read it, it starts off with further the proposed credit. Is that where you are?
Yes.
All right. So your testimony says this is about the proposed credit. That the Big Rivers, the proposed credit that's in the tariff, that further the proposed credit that Big Rivers proposes to provide for self-supply capacity is based on its calculation of the marginal cost of capacity, which is only a fraction of the embedded cost of capacity that Big Rivers proposes to charge standby customers for that same capacity. However, LICSS customers are not selling capacity to Big Rivers. They are buying standby service. The LICSS tariff rates should be based on Big Rivers' cost to provide that service. Do you take that there's a disagreement on the cost to provide the service or what the actual service encompasses?
Well, I think there's a disagreement over the appropriate rate to charge for that service. And so what I'm saying here is that it's not appropriate to charge a standby customer the embedded cost for the entire self-supply capacity year-round, which is more onerous than the LIC tariff would be, and then provide a credit for the self-supply capacity that is only a fraction of that. It should be based on, they should both be based on embedded cost. So when I say it should be based on Big River's cost to provide that service, I'm intending to refer to the embedded costs, which are the costs that are behind the rates for the LIC tariff, and also what I'm proposing to be the costs that are used to derive the rates for the LICSS tariff.
Right. So you're saying yours are based on embedded costs because it's effectively the LIC rate on a $1 per kilowatt week basis in lieu of a $1 per kilowatt month basis, correct?
Well, that's the way that that my primary recommendation would charge it, but it's really about determining the appropriate amount of demand that a standby customer is placing on the system. Because a standby customer for self-supply capacity does not require Big Rivers to increase its planning reserve margin and go out and procure capacity to meet it. And so the level of demand that is getting billed against should reflect that.
Well, that is the basis of my initial question. It's not exactly. It doesn't seem to be the rate that seems to be the point of contention. It seems to be what the rate is applied to, what the nature of the actual service being offered is, right? So Kimberly Clark is saying that it's this discrete, limited thing that we want to buy, and Big River's position is it's effectively our obligation to serve, and so we have to have adequate capacity per our planning reserve margin under MISO. Would you agree with that characterization?
Well, I generally agree with the characterization, but I think it's really a combination of the rate and the, billing demand or determinants that it's applied to. Because they're both, the costs that are recovered from a standby customer are really a function of both of those elements.
So, the Big Rivers proposal is effectively to charge Kimberly Clark for standby service for the entire, let me get the right term, standby service at the amount, the demand equal to the self-supply capacity, right? Let's say today we've been talking about the 14 megawatts for the backup power, and effectively to get the maintenance power for free, like I said earlier. Schedule or unscheduled doesn't really matter. The full 14 megawatts is about being able to serve at an instant notice under backup power. Is that your understanding of Big River's position?
Yes, that's my understanding of their position.
And your argument or your testimony is that the maintenance power should get effectively the embedded cost. You should be charged the embedded cost, but not for the possible demand, but for the actual scheduled demand for the maintenance power. And effectively, the backup service is just a buy-through, right?
It's a buy-through plus a 10% premium.
Right. And I guess I'm curious, what is this buy-through for demand? How does Big Rivers buy this through? I mean, what is this transaction that would actually occur under your proposal for backup power service?
So I think Big Rivers would probably have to explain exactly how they would do it, but as a MISO, as a participant in the MISO market, they can buy the necessary energy at the market price, and they would pass that cost on. And I would also add that I think we also have a disagreement about what Big Rivers actually need to procure in order to provide the backup service. Because by definition, the self-supply capacity is reducing their planning reserve margin requirements under MISO's planning criteria. And so it wouldn't really make sense or be prudent for them to go out and procure the entire 14 megawatts in order to procure backup service. It is true that backup service is unplanned by definition. It occurs, it's unplanned. But it's pretty unlikely that it's going to occur during a peak month. And the planning criteria are really designed to take into account not just the diversity within Big River's footprint, but also some of the benefits of the diversity of resources within the MISO footprint. And that results in a lower planning reserve margin than would otherwise be required. And so you already have effectively some amount of reserve margin kind of baked into the LICSS tariff because the self-supply capacity is not going to be equal to the nameplate capacity. Based on MISO's planning criteria, they take into account a number of factors, including the potential for forced outages of the equipment. And so you're really ending up with something a little bit smaller, call it 13 or 12.5 megawatts of self-supply capacity. The difference between the 14 and the 12.5 is considered supplemental, so that's billed at your standard LIC rates. And so, I would disagree with the notion that they have to then go out and increase their capacity position by an additional 12.5 megawatts in order to provide this backup service. Chances are that the outage, that an unplanned outage does not occur during a peak. It's even less likely that it occurs during a peak and at the same time there's another outage with Big River's generation resources. And further, you have the benefits and the diversity that you get from being part of the MISO. That's one of the reasons why utilities might participate in a large regional transmission organization to benefit from lower planning reserve requirements.
So, are you aware generally of MISO's planning and capacity processes and market?
Yes.
Are you aware of PJM's generally?
Yes.
Okay, so like PJM's capacity market is a buy all, sell all capacity market, right?
Right.
Like if a vertically integrated utility has 1,000 megawatts of generation and 800, I forget planning reserve margin for reserve margins for a second. 1,000 megawatts of generation and 800 megawatts of demand. They have to sell all 1,000 and buy back from the market the 800. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Yeah, but that's not how MISO works, is it? The capacity market that exists in MISO is not. It's a residual capacity market, right? It's not a buy all, sell all. The VRR curve doesn't encompass all load and demand, correct?
Right.
Right. So Big River is not actually procuring on any individual year any capacity from MISO, right? They're sending in their plan to MISO to indicate that they have enough generation to meet their demand plus the adequate reserve margin. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
So in your question on line 149 of your testimony, you ask the attorney asks you, will Big Rivers incur any capacity costs to provide backup service power? Insofar as Big Rivers is providing backup service power, which is the demand from Kimberly Clark when needed, hasn't Big Rivers already procured or incurred those capacity costs in the form of the generation that it has built and maintains?
So I guess I'm not making a distinction here between whether Big Rivers provides its capacity requirements through its own generation or whether it may procure some amount from another party. My point is its total reserve margin requirements, so the total amount of capacity it has to have through either of those avenues is reduced by the self-supply capacity. And so they don't need to, if prior to a standby customer installing a self-generation unit, just use some round numbers, they needed 100 megawatts of capacity to meet their planning reserve margin requirements. So that's the peak load plus the reserve margin. That amount would be reduced by a standby customer's self-supply capacity. And so in a situation like Big Rivers, where they're going out and they're actually building new capacity right now, it's not as if they're long and have a lot of unused capacity on hand. Standby generation reduces their requirement, and so it reduces their costs. And these are long-run costs; they don't necessarily change year to year. But it reduces the amount of capacity that they have to plan for, and the requirements that they have, the showings that they have to make.
If let's say hypothetically, and I don't know that it is. Let's say hypothetically in MISO, they actually do have their plan reduced by whatever the standby service amount is, right? And then the buy through occurs in the subsequent year during MISO's peak. The next year, when MISO is told how much capacity it needs, that demand from that buy through for backup service power from Kimberly Clark is going to be included in what MISO requires Big Rivers to have the following year, right?
I can't say for sure whether an unplanned outage would cause their planning reserve margin requirements to increase in the following year. But I wouldn't, even if it did, I wouldn't imagine that increase to persist, because it is unlikely that you have a unplanned outage during the system peak.
Okay. I think my final question or set of questions for your initial proposal for backup power service. You note that I just have here like a short little line here. Tell me if it's wrong. Unscheduled backup demand charged at 110% of Big River's actual cost to import energy from a third party, including transmission service. Is that a fair summary of your proposal?
Yes.
Okay. So that including transmission service, is that in relation to paying for Big River's transmission or transmission to be delivered to Big Rivers?
So specifically, I chose the language I did. It's the exact same language that is in the QFS tariff. And I did that intentionally because it's been approved by the commission to be just and reasonable. In a situation that Big Rivers is in now, where they're a MISO participant, I guess it's possible that they might have to purchase additional transmission capacity, but because MISO allocates transmission costs based on 12 coincident peaks, I think it's unlikely that it would actually impact Big River's transmission costs. And so, if there is a cost, then I think it's fair to charge the standby customer for it, but I wouldn't necessarily expect there to be a transmission cost, but I am referring to the transmission cost that Big Rivers would incur.
So then your proposal would not, for backup power service, would not provide any payment, any charge related to the embedded costs that make up Big River's current transmission system? Is that accurate?
Well, there would be a small contribution from the 10% premium, but for the most part, that's correct.
Okay. And you read, I assume, Mr. Wolfram's rebuttal testimony where I think he refers to a bit of the history with the QF tariff, and that I think maybe, do you remember reading that it might predate Big River's membership in MISO?
Yes, I recall reading that.
Okay. So that would have been before, not being a member, that would have been before Big Rivers would have been able to take the opportunity for the, postage stamp rate that MISO provides for transmission service. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. All right, I appreciate it, Mr. Beaver. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bain, do you have any redirect to your witness?
Just a very brief point. Good afternoon, Mr. Beaver.
Good afternoon.
Just a brief point. There's been a lot of discussion about the QFS tariff and how old it is and how it might need to be revised. That tariff was approved on February 1st, or I'm sorry, it became effective on February 1st, 2014. Is that correct?
It's subject to check, yeah.
And the current LIC tariff that forms the basis of Big River's LICSS tariff was approved on the same day. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
That's all I have here. Thank you.
You said that's all you had, Mr. Bain?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you have any other witnesses today, Mr. Bain?
I do not.
Okay. And Mr. Hopgood, I assume you don't intend on calling Mr. Hone, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hopgood. All right. Mr. Bieber, thank you, and you can be excused.
Thank you.
So before we get to sort of the housekeeping items, Mr. Bam, I remember you showing at least one, and I think maybe two exhibits on the screen share. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and I remember one of them being the testimony in case number 2021-00079. And what was the other document?
The other document was the electric service agreement between Energy and Kimberly Clark.
That's right. Would you like to identify those as particular exhibits and then move for their introduction?
Yes, and I apologize for not doing this work. Big Rivers would like to mark the service agreement between Kenergy and Kimberly Clark moves to mark the electric service agreement between Kimberly Clark and Energy as cross-examination exhibit number 1.
Okay. Mr. Kamoff, any objection? I can read your lips, but I can't hear you.
No objection.
Okay. All right. Let it be marked the electric service agreement as Exhibit 1. Mr. Boehm?
And Kimberly Clark would move to admit the direct testimony of Mr. Akrit in case number 2021-0079 as Kimberly Clark cross-examination exhibit number 2.
Mr. Kamoff?
Are we introducing his entire testimony? I think there was some confidential information and at least one confidential exhibit, if I recall correctly. Just trying to understand how much we're introducing.
Mr. Kamoff, the version I pulled up was the public version, and I'm fine with that being the version that.
I don't have any objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So let it be marked as Exhibit 2. Candace, you have copies of both of those, is that correct?
I'll need to get them electronically. You'll need to send them electronically if they can.
Okay. Mr. Boehm, would you make sure that you provide those to Ms. Frederick so we can get the electronic versions that you would like into the record, and make sure that you copy Mr. Kamoff and Mr. Hopgood as well, so that everybody's aware of which version ends up. Of course, everybody will get a email alert when the actual documents get uploaded as a notice of filing.
Sure.
Mr. Kamoff, are there any motions we need to take under advisement now that the hearing is concluded?
Oh, Your Honor.
Mr. Boehm?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hopgood?
No.
Okay.
No.
I believe staff is going to have a few post-hearing data requests. Ms. Frederick, can I confirm that we can have those issued by January the 25th?
Yes, Your Honor, we can.
So you've heard the majority of those today, Mr. Kamoff. How long would Big Rivers like to try to respond?
10 days.
So we'll have those issued, sorry, the 25th is a Saturday. We'll have those issued on the 24th. Mr. Kamoff, can you try to get them responded to on the 31st?
Yes, Your Honor.
The reason I say that is we received that on the 31st, the conclusion of the evidence. We effectively have a month before we have to get an order out and this rate goes into effect. Subject to refund, but it goes into effect. I will say, Mr. Kamoff, if you need additional time to respond, I believe we look favorably upon it, particularly if it included an additional comment that Big Rivers would extend the date in which it would put the rate into effect. Short of that, I don't know how we could continue to meet the March 1st effective date.
So I guess that goes to the next question about post-hearing briefs, and I guess
It does.
that's assumed based on your comments there that you feel like you're short on time. So Big Rivers, we would be willing to not put those rates into effect subject to refund. I think
So let me clarify.
My math correct?
Let me clarify
Sorry.
what you're saying, Mr. Kamoff. That if the commission allows the parties to do post-hearing briefs, that you would just wait until the commission enters an order or the statutory date expires before the rates go into effect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Sir, I'm sorry, this is Tina Frederick for staff. I have a question. You mentioned that the 25th was on a Saturday, but the 25th is on a Tuesday. So that's the day staff was proposing to have the data requests go out.
I just know what my little, yeah, I see that, well, so apparently the calendar that has been given to me is not for 2022 then, so. Thank you. This other calendar is correct. All right. January 25th to be responded to on the 31st. Thank you, Ms. Frederick. So if we're gonna ask them on the 25th, then a week would be February the 1st because there aren't. Yeah, we're not gonna ask you to file on a Sunday. So we can get the data request out on the 25th to be responded to on the 1st. Is that right, Mr. Kamoff?
Yes, Your Honor.
When would you propose
Okay,
to?
if we could have 10 days, it would be better. So February 4th would work better for us, since we do have to do some recalculating on the tariff schedule.
What's the statutory date in this case?
I have it as May 31st.
Okay, you can have 10 days.
Thank you.
So,
Your Honor, the statutory date on this case is April the 22nd. March the 1st is the last day by which Kimberly, or Big Rivers has agreed to not put the rates into effect, subject to an additional discussion, but the statutory date is April the 22nd.
okay. So, post-hearing data requests will be filed by January the 25th, to be responded to by Friday, February the 4th. Mr. Kamoff, you'd like to file a post-hearing brief. Mr. Bain, would you?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Kamoff, you're going to know what the evidence is on the 4th, because you're going to be the last person to file data requests, and you're going to know what the answers are. How much time will you need to file an initial brief, given that you're the entity with the burden of proof on this?
A week after that, I think, would be sufficient.
Mr. Bain, how much time would you like to have to respond?
So
Actually, let me ask this. Does either party have an objection to filing simultaneous briefs with simultaneous responses?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Bain, can you have your initial brief done on February the 11th?
Yes.
Okay. How much time would you like to respond? How about February the 22nd for responses?
I believe that's a Saturday. Is that correct?
I have February the 11th as a Friday and February 22nd as a Tuesday.
Oh, I think it's the 26th. Okay, yes. That works for me.
That works for us, too.
Okay. So the inclusion of evidence will be on the 4th, when Big Rivers files their responses to post-hearing data requests. Initial briefs will be on Friday, February the 11th, with response briefs on Tuesday, February the 22nd, and on the 23rd, we'll take the case under submission. I think we'll venture attempt to try between now and February the 22nd to rule on the two outstanding petitions for confidentiality. Ms. Santana, Mr. Kamoff, excuse me for my ignorance on this. Have you all filed anything in the case record requesting leave or deviation from the notice requirements regarding that issue in Caldwell County?
We did not do anything in writing.
All right.
We were doing oral motion, if you would like, or if you'd like us to file it in writing.
Nope, I just wanted to take care of it before the end of the hearing. I don't think that'll be a problem to grant that deviation for the single, especially given the number of customers Kenergy actually serves in Caldwell County.
Thank you.
All right, is there anything else that we need to do today before we adjourn?
Staff has nothing, Your Honor, thank you.
Nothing for me, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll be adjourned.